more need for gas, more need for electricity, and higher costs. So I think the providence was merciful this winter with everyone, including Ukraine, and most of the country and most of Europe, and had a very light winter, which meant um, fewer consumption and fewer costs.
Yep. Yes, it does. Now I see George hasn't come back. So, Anda, you had said something that happened in the last couple of weeks. What you've described is what I have heard over the past few months in Moldova, other than the recent weather issues. Is there anything? Is there any new movement on the ground in the last week? Say that Casual asked, and I expected that some new development that I haven't heard of in the last week. Has any massive change happened, or any significant change in the last week?
No. So the only so no massive change. To one fun thing that happened was the fact that the former president of Moldova, his name is Dodon. I mentioned him earlier. So corruption is not only something that happens in Russia, right? Dodon was a master, a master in this, and for example, he wanted to travel to Romania, and he was not allowed to, right? So he still wanted to get that. So he used his daughter. He talked and paid a doctor to issue a false certificate for his daughter in order for them to get access to Romania, right? So they would claim, we need medical help for my child, so we need to travel to Romania, we need to get to Romania based on that. So they did that. They were caught, and now they are facing trial along with the doctor, because they do that. They did that, right? So I don't know exactly what his business in Romania was, but I'm really happy of this turn. Also, what's important to note, two things. Moldova has one international airport that is in Chisinau, and it has been losing money, right? So they were not efficient, they were not profitable from any point of view. That being said, they cannot afford to close it. So what they did was to transfer it in state property. So it will become state property. It will be governed by state, in order not to close it, because they cannot afford that, right? They are landlocked, and it's the only way in and out of the country, other than by railroad or how do you say, not highway, motor road? I don't know. I'm sorry. Motorway. So those would remain the only two options, and they don't want that, right? So they transferred the airport into state property. And What else is new? Olaf Scholz was in Romania last week, and he also met Maya Sandu. And I'm expecting more help in terms of money um, for Moldova, because basically Germany didn't help or was not very forthcoming with helping Ukraine with heavy weapons. But they did help Ukraine even prior to sending the Leopards. They did help Ukraine a lot with non-military aid in various forms. So I think that's important, and also defensive equipment. So they sent um, remember the Iris tea production that was how do you say when someone um, gives their place um, seed. So
Yeah.
Egypt had an order, a long-standing order for IRST systems to. So they had a contract which was signed prior, right? So they realized they could help Ukraine indirectly by ceding their place. So they let this discussion was actually in June last year, and prior to June. So you have to consider that Egypt actually worked really fast, thought about this really fast, because the production for their equipment started in June, um, and the discussion about this also to cede them to cede the equipment to Ukraine. And I think two of the equipment, actually by now we are in April, all four should be in production in Ukraine by now working, because the schedule was the first one to be delivered in November, two of them in December, and one in February or something like that. And I think they were able to finish the first two or three um, in time, and one of them was already working in Odessa at um, late last year, early this year. So, and that was German production, right? So, basically, it's a defensive system, and Germany agreed to this one pretty early in the war, and it wasn't the only thing that Germany sent and helped with. So um, I'm looking forward to see what will come for Moldova. But the declarations that I saw, that Moldova is part of the European family, that the reforms are necessary and compulsive in order for them to join EU, but Moldova will be supported all the way. And the good words that Olaf Scholz had about Maya Sandu, and the reassuring that they are not alone, that they have a massive international support. And there were, and this is true, during last year, 3 conferences. This was something that so the Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs worked towards. There were 3 conferences between Romania, Germany, and France, and also Moldova, in order to help Moldova. So seeking ways of helping Moldova, bringing Moldovan problems in front of the um, international opinion and international attention. And there will be, and this was announced last year, there will be a summit of the political community, of the European political community, on the 1st of June, which will be organized in Moldova. So actually, this was announced in November last year, if my memory serves well. And why is that important? It shows three things. One, Moldova is deemed safe. This is the first and foremost information that you get. You will not have um, foreign dignitaries going into a country which is on the brink of collapse, right? It's clear they have faith in the stability of Moldova. Second is a very powerful move that will show Russia once again that Moldova is seen as a worthy candidate for the European Union. And this is something that, for example, Romania is pushing really, really hard. And the third thing is giving them a way of accessing funds, right? Um, it's um, it's a two-way street. So I think these were the only things that happened in the last week or so. Nothing else. So the Don, snow, as I said, it was a heavy week with snow and problems in Moldova, and this visit of Olaf Scholz in Romania and Moldova. So nothing else, nothing outstanding, nothing groundbreaking, nothing that will. So there are developments, they are important, but it's nothing that will change the political course of Moldova or bring a change in the region. Moldova is it's stable, really. So I think it's important to recognize this. Does it make sense, or did I answer your question? Let's put it this way.
You did indeed. So off of Moldova and back to Ukraine, unless you've got something else you want to talk about in Moldova, particularly, Anda, we'll return to Ukraine. And Primus, I think you wanted to talk about a couple of other military issues there. Is that correct?
Yeah, a couple of things. One of our listeners tonight sent me some information on Forte, and that's the Global Hawk drone, which is known to fly over the Black Sea area. Apparently tonight she's flying over the Romanian border, like right next to Moldova. Of course, no idea why they're doing that, but it'd be interesting to see what kind of sensor package they do. I know the Russians have been routing cruise missiles kind of over Moldova to kind of shield them from Ukrainian air defenses, so they might be trying to monitor that gap, but flying at like 50 to 60,000 feet. They have really good electronic intelligence packages. I believe one of the packages they can carry is a basically a ground search radar, almost like a JSTARS. So what that does is, those kinds of radars can do things like, they can track moving vehicles and so on. So there's a lot of different options and sensor packages of those things. It's my understanding. So who knows what exactly they're looking for, but interesting. Can kind of swing back into something else here. So yesterday was the 1 year anniversary of the attack on the Kramatorsk, railway station there, and over 60 people died there, including seven children. Everyone there was a civilian when it got hit by, I believe it was a Russian ballistic missile on there. So that was a year ago. That was a particularly horrific thing that happened. I remember that. I don't think we fully understood what happened in Bucha at that point, and I remember just being just shocked at why they did that. Because they had to know that it was full of people and so on. But now that just seems like just. I mean, if that happened today, it just seems okay. Well, this is like how many times have the Russians done that? It's it's kind of haunting to see that there. A couple other things. There was a particular radar that was destroyed by, who knows what it was destroyed by, but it was probably an anti-radiation missile. It was a Nebu SVU radar, so that can search out to about 240 miles or about 400 kilometers for those of you listening in Europe. So it's a very high frequency radar. It's the kind of thing that you'd use to basically try to track like things like stealth aircraft, things of like really low radar cross sections, which means it'd also be useful for finding things like drones and so on. But of course, a weakness something that sensitive has is it's going to pick up everything from clouds of bugs to migrating birds, anything like that. So it takes a lot of skill to operate that. So, but apparently this is the first time one of those has been lost, and that's one of the the big radar systems that can tie together a integrated air defense system. So that would be well defended. It can guide things like the S300, S400 batteries. So it's probably connected to a data link out to everything else. So taking that out was a really big stick in the eye for the Ukrainians to give to the Russians here. So particularly excited about that. Then there was a couple days ago, there was an announcement that the Greeks would be sending some ammunition and some BMPs, a couple other things on there, but that's a significant contribution for them. There are some elections that are going to be coming up in the next month or two. So once those elections get sorted out, if it goes the way it's expected, maybe there'll be the opportunity for the Greeks to send some heavier weapons and so on, maybe some surface-to-air missile systems, that kind of thing. Because the Greeks actually picked up a lot of, a lot of things like BMP ones and so on from the Russians post-fall of the Soviet Union, because it was dirt cheap and it was the only commodity that they really had to trade for debt. So they were like literally just giving shipment loads of armored vehicles and missiles and that kind of thing. Even South Korea has a bunch of Soviet originated equipment because it was just traded to them for debt. So what should, depending on how the Russian economy looks in a year or two, that might be exactly what they're having to do, is almost turn into a barter economy on the international stage. So some good stuff from the Greeks and more stuff I would hope in the future. Of course, they always have to worry about Turkey as well. So they're always kind of keep an eye on that because that's a difficult situation for them. Obviously, there's some history there. I'm sure we're all well aware of. And it looks like the Polish, they're starting to send MiG-29. I'm sure we've talked about. They're sending some of the older MiG-29s now, and I would expect they're probably going to send the most upgraded MiG-29s in the near future, because at a certain point it's just not worth keeping all the maintenance and so on going for just like a squadron of planes, right? So once they start sending some, they may as well send all of them. So that'll be coming. They're also supposedly the deal is they're sending 100 Rosomac armored personnel carriers, except it's more of an infantry fighting vehicle because there's a nice, nasty 30 caliber or 30 millimeter cannon on there. So
have you identified from any source, Primus, if in fact they do have the 30 millimeter gun on those ones that they're intending to ship? Because the other gun, I agree with you. Basically, the one equipped with a 7.62 machine gun is basically a APC, but the one with a 30 millimeter gun is definitely an IFV. But I haven't found anywhere that says which one they're providing. Have you?
I've seen contradictory things on it, almost in the same article, saying Rosomac APC. Then they showed a picture of the one with the 30 caliber. So I don't know. I would expect they're probably going to get at least they're probably going to get some of both. I mean, if they're getting 200, they're probably not all going to be the same flavor. They don't need to be. I mean, if you have one with the big cannon and then a couple armored personnel carriers with there, it's fine. And these things have been used in Afghanistan with the Polish contribution there. They've shrugged off a few RPGs. They're mine resistant to a point. It's probably a much better armored personnel carrier, at least in terms of the hard factors, than like a striker. So that's good. And more importantly, the Ukrainians are getting better protected, more mobile, and definitely, from a soft factor point of view, it's something that's going to be easier to operate. It's not going to require as much maintenance just because it's newer. It's not a 40 or 50-year-old piece of equipment. Like these BMPs were, ones that they're getting. Okay, great. And they're getting some from, I think they're getting some from the Poles too, maybe. Again, but it's 40, 50-year-old equipment versus something that was made in the last 10 years. I mean, imagine a 50-year-old car and trying to take it out off-roading or something like that. It's not going to work. So we'll see what happens. One thing I'm trying to look up right now is if it has any ability to ford rivers. And there are a lot of rivers and small rivers and creeks and so on that are going to have to be crossed as part of any sort of offensive. And being able to get IFBs and APCs across the river to establish a bridgehead on the other side, without any like real preparation. So you just okay, they're across there, then the bridge and equipment comes in now that they have a toehold on the other side there, is going to be really important. That's actually one of the things that the Russians were able to do on the offense, last year around this time, is they're fording rivers with their BMPs and so on. Although, admittedly, some of them sunk because they haven't been maintained very well, and the seals weren't right, and there's quite a few Russian BMPs and BTRs and so on the bottom of Ukraine's rivers, which I'm sure will be interesting for diving purposes in the near future. So, but yeah, a few updates on there.
So what I find in the overall context of that really interesting and positive is you'd also remember that Sergei Lavrov and Putin have been, in the last couple of weeks, met with Xi, been traveling around their group of, I guess we'll call them friends, and seeing what they can get. And how much military support has Lavrov and Putin been able to garner in the last couple of weeks from your memory, Primus?
From my memory, and there are a couple of blank spots because had a good time. But as far as I'm aware, nothing substantial. At least nothing openly on there.
Donut. So now contrast that with the trip of Reznikov and Zelensky to Poland and Greece in the last week, and both of those bore fruit. I mean, as you say, might be BMP ones and other older infantry fighting vehicles and AFVs, but it's better than walking, right? So I'm heartened by that in this time of low news and this little drip, that still there's not much news, but the news is still better from the Ukrainian side than it is from the Russian side, and that kind of news is good news. The only thing that really disturbs me supply wise is, I don't know if you read Tom. The issue with the fighter jets is still a bigger deal, because he segued from talking about surface to air missiles into talking about the actual shortage which they're going to face, because they get these extra MiG-29s from Poland, but so they have more bums on seats, but they're also using up spare parts and ammunition for those things, particularly the missile systems. So yeah, it's just the quandary that we still haven't been able to answer, and I keep trying to push every person that has Air Force sort of experience on the site to tell me, how do we crack this nut in relation to advanced fighter jets for Ukraine, which, if they don't have, will be a pretty severe detriment, trying to do a combined arms counteroffensive without one of the key type of assets that they'd want, which is air cover and close air support. So that's the only part of the news recently that bothers me. What do you think? Well, you're a U.S. citizen. What do you think could be done in America to break this focus? Because Jeff Fisher described it as the people in the Pentagon that he has contact with and knows are so tied to supporting the F-35 that they're not willing, or they're saying that the F-16 is not survivable in the environment of Ukraine, for a reason to not support its delivery. I guess because the F-35 is built in, I don't know, like 27 different states or something like that in the United States. So it's so entrenched that they want to pile all their support into that platform. But they also make the F-16. So I just don't understand why they wouldn't be willing to allow sale of, or even be considering sale of F-16s to Ukraine from wherever source they could get them, because they're a phenomenal number in service around the world. And basically let Ukraine go without anything, rather than risk any sort of long-term support for the F-35 platform. I mean, how do you break that grip on U.S. politics, state by state by state, to counter that argument? And the bigger point, I guess, is if they say the F-16 isn't survivable in the environment in Ukraine, isn't that really up to the Ukrainians? Because the F-16 platform will automatically be able to be equipped with the AMRAAM and additional. It's got better radar capabilities. It's a better weapon than is available on the Russian side, or at least equal. And given its longer range missiles, to close that gap between when you can be shot and when you can fire a shot, survivability in that situation should be that risk assessment should be made by the Ukrainians, not by people in the Pentagon, given the fact that the MiG-29 is significantly less survivable than the F-16. Have you thought about that much?
No, not at all. Not at all. I haven't thought about it at all. No, I'm kidding. I've thought about that quite a bit. You kind of hit the nail on the head with some of that. It's, first off, it's a political decision, and officially what the government is saying is, if we gave F-16s and we start talking billions of dollars at the same time, and that's going to exhaust a lot of the funding that's been authorized by Congress. And And the response is, okay, well, we can send a squadron or two of F-16s, or we can send a couple 100,000 more shells, because if Ukraine has or doesn't have fighter jets this month or next month, they're not it's not going to be they're not going to win or lose the war off of that. But if they don't have ammunition for the HIMARS and MLRS and the all the artillery systems that are being used, or if they don't have missiles for NASAMS, or tanks, or whatever, then that could have a big impact on the war. So they keep funding short-term goals without an eye on the long term. And ultimately, what's going to be required to deal with that is Congress is going to have to step up and say, we authorize specifically, $10 billion to send over, some F-16s. So that's part of it. It's really going to need to come from Congress authorizing a specific amount, because otherwise, the executive branch is limited to certain dollar amounts that they can do, and they don't want to cut into that so substantially for something that is important but isn't as important as the ammunition and that kind of thing. So that's part of it. But there's also the military politics of it, where the whole justification of the F-35 is that it's a stealth platform, and that's what you need to survive in a high threat environment, against a near peer adversary, which would be Russia or China. So if you happen to send out F-16s or F-15s or A-10s, and they turns out that they are survivable, then that's going to really undercut the need for F-35s. That would be a kind of very narrow paternalistic view of things, but yeah, that's part of it. And they don't think it can survive, because they built up this whole lore of it. They absolutely need something like the F-35, which they absolutely do, but they need something like F-35 for overmatch. Because the way the U.S. looks at everything is, they don't want to be even, or they don't want to be just ahead of someone. They want to dominate the area, and that's what F-35 is for. But that doesn't mean F-16 or F-15 or A-10 can't be useful. And all the Ukraine needs is something that's useful. So yeah, I honestly I don't think it's going to be the U.S. that sends F-16s in the end. I think you're going to see some sort of European solution for the fighter jets, whether it's going to be the French sending something. There's been talk of them doing something of Mirages, or maybe the British doing something, although I don't know what they could do, because I don't think they're going to send Eurofighters. And Eurofighter just wouldn't be I don't think Eurofighter would be a good fit, because it's not something that can fly very well at low altitude. Um, the ideal solution from my perspective would be the Swedish Gripen, which has some low observable characteristics, but it's also very easy maintenance. I mean, it's designed to be maintained out in the field of like 5 or 6 guys. It is rugged. It's the kind of the AK-47 of fighter jets in a lot of ways. It's designed for this to operate off of roads with little support and constantly moving and that kind of thing. But it also fires the Meteor missile, which has a lot of advantages over AMRAAM, because I mean the range is quite a bit longer. But you could fire that thing from low altitude, and it'll go up to higher altitude off of like a ramjet or something like that, and it has a second motor that'll kick in when it gets close to a target and give it that extra boost so it can deal with a maneuvering target. It's probably the best you know air-to-air missile in the world. At least it's operational. We're working on a couple things which could be really good. But I think Meteor on a Gripen, and just a squadron or two of those things just flying in low, and lobbing some of those missiles, is going to push the Russian Air Force back. And just generally speaking, the Ukrainian Air Force is not capable of engaging in air-to-air combat with the Russians. It's just not. At least in a beyond visual range kind of situation. They might be able to, bottom bounce them, if they see like a strike package coming in, or aren't picked up for some reason, sure. And what that means, you're flying at low altitude and someone flies in over top of you, and you engage with heat-seeking missiles, like the AA-11 Archer, which is a fantastic system. It's always been a fantastic system. We're lucky we didn't have to tangle with the Soviets during the sight, so you can look in a lot of directions, and you can lock on a target. It's a nasty system, and we're just now kind of like in the last 10 years being able to duplicate a lot of that capability. Some people might disagree with that, fine, but the all aspect and the helmet mounted sight is a very powerful combination. But what the Ukrainians don't have are, I mean, they have your AA-10 Alamo, which is a semi-active missile, right? So what that means is I need to lock on my radar and fly towards the enemy all the way until the missile hits, right? And that's basically playing chicken. And the Russians, they don't have they have semi-active radar homing missiles, but what they really have are active radar homing missiles, A-12 Adder and so on. And that's basically fire and forget. So you can shoot that thing, and then you can turn away and start going evasive, right? So you're not, charging at the enemy, trying to guide in a missile at them. You can break away. And so that really makes it very difficult to engage in any sort of air-to-air combat. It makes it very risky. So they're mainly hunting drones and so on. But once you get modern Western planes in there that can shoot something like an AMRAAM, or if you can hook up AMRAAM to a flanker or a MiG-29 somehow, that could give you a lot better capability. And yeah, planes are needed because, I mean, right now, if the Russians increase their their missile salvos and their operational tempo, they keep making the Ukrainian Air Force take off and confront these things, even if it doesn't end up in like an air-to-air engagement. Just the maintenance backlog is eventually going to ground the entire Ukrainian Air Force. I mean, they could literally just exhaust them and keep them on the ground just doing maintenance, and when they're on the ground, they're vulnerable. So they need that. I mean, these Polish and Slovakian MiG-29s coming in, you'd think it would really increase their capability, but it's not. It's just going to allow, well, at least not in the short term, it's going to allow them to take some of these MiGs and Sukhoi that have been, basically beaten into the ground flying missions for the last year, and allow them to get some serious maintenance that they need. And yeah, I mean, I don't know when we're going to, long story short, I don't know when we're going to see planes, but inevitably someone's going to have to step up and do it. And there are a lot of F-16s sitting around Europe that aren't really being used from pretty much everyone. There hasn't, and someone could step up and, give those, or maybe, there's talk that the Finns might give up the F-18s, because they're getting F-35s. I don't think that's going to happen, but now that they're part of NATO, maybe it will. And F-15 or F-18 is in my opinion, a better platform than F-16 because, I mean, it has two engines, has a larger payload, and it's a little more ruggedized because it was designed to fly the carrier. So
I know. Well, so but when we started talking about this, right? So I'll come to you in a second, but I want to touch on this point of so when we were talking about jets originally, it was the best jet, the best plane is the one that can be provided in numbers quickly enough and have a supply chain that can maintain them so they're operable in the air. And that's essentially where we landed on. It's either Eurofighter Tranche 1 or the F-16, and the F-16 was obviously the better from those sets of criteria. But if that gets cut off, we're back to looking at either the Gripen or the Eurofighter Tranche 1. And but when Finland started talking about the F-18, I got very upset because they started talking about we could give F-18s if they're replaced by F-35s. There are literally right now, not waiting to be replaced, there are 50 F-18s in the Australian inventory in mothballed right now that have already been replaced in our fleet or our squadrons totally. That we've gone to the F-35 totally. All the F-18s are sitting on the ground mothballed. 75 of them were available initially. 25 were sold to Canada. The other 50, I checked a couple of weeks ago, are literally still sitting in mothballs in Australia. They did a deal with somebody commercially, but the deal fell through. So they're sitting there kind of under a contract for sale, but they didn't come through with any of the money. And, I, they want F-18s, there's 50 of them in Australia right now that can be shipped with no loss whatsoever to capability to defend Australia or any of our roll down here. So it's just absurd to me. And the reason I got so angry was because I thought we were done talking about the platform that was the appropriate one. But now, I mean, as you say, both a platform, the F-18, that can both carry all the air-to-air assets or weaponry that the F-16 can, and is probably a superior ground attack aircraft for close air support, I would say.
Yeah, not just that. The F-18 Hornet, or as I like to call it, the Murder Hornet, it also has a great radar for surface search, which means you could also have it carry things like Harpoon, and that could do some great work to maybe clear out the Black Sea Fleet. Because one of these days, they're going to find a way to strap a AGM-84 Harpoon or an Exocet or something like that onto one of these Su-24s. And they're going to sneak out in the Black Sea. It's going to be a 2-ship or something like that. And they're going to release some of those missiles. And they're probably going to take out a frigate, or at least give it a really good scare. Because I mean, that's once they manage to get that capability on a plane and they get that tested, and it's not just, I need something to carry it. You do need to talk to the missile a little bit. You need to be able to tell it, hey, are we doing a bearing only launch? We're just flying out here and turning on the radar, just hit whatever we pick up. That's a really dangerous way to fly. So you need to be able to talk to it and program a missile. So that's going to be useful. But once you get that kind of capability, then you start talking things like Slammer, which is basically the an air-to-ground version of the Harpoon. So you can hit interesting things with that. So I mean, F-18 allows a lot of great stuff, but the European stuff that could come in, whether it's Tranche 1 Typhoon, yeah, I know it's not air-to-ground optimized, but they could. It's a lot easier to figure that out than try to add something onto an Su-24, of which I don't know, maybe they have like 10 of those left. Putting things like Storm Shadow or Scalp on there, which are European cruise missiles. Because the British have been talking about, well, maybe we'll send over Storm Shadow, or maybe we won't. We're thinking about it. We're not ruling anything out. Sooner or later, that's probably going to show up. And I think a lot of things are going to show up once this offensive kicks up. Either it's there already, and they're waiting to unveil it, because they don't want to tip their hand on everything that they have right now. They want to wait until the offensive starts and show the Russians a bunch of things they haven't seen before, because that's going to be part of the shock and awe of it. But also, once that offensive is successful, and it will be successful, the degree is only the question of that. That's going to open up more doors to other kinds of support, because everyone likes a winner, right? So that's when you're probably going to start seeing planes show up. Really, I think that's when you're going to start seeing them. I'm hoping the M1 tanks get here before the offensive starts, but we'll see. Has there been any talk in Australia about actually sending those F-18s to Ukraine? Has that came up in conversation at all with anyone?
So I asked Mick Ryan about it, and a couple of other people that follow closely down there, and Mick was laying out all of the systems that Australia could send to Ukraine months ago, back when we were still talking about tanks, even. And his assessment at the time was Australia is essentially right now going through a natural evolution of all of its combat systems. Right, the ASLAVs are going. The M1A1 Abrams are being replaced. The FA-18 was replaced with the F-35. So there's a big turnover of a lot of things. And Mick had said that basically we'd be suffering no serious risk, since the M1A2s are already in the pipeline for delivery. There'd be no risk for us giving about 30 of our 61 tanks, all of our ASLAVs, and these FA-18s that are sitting around gathering dust. But there's, yeah, it just didn't cause any stir of activity in the political front by me and others who basically tagged Richard Martin, the defense minister, and our MPs regularly to hassle them about this. And it's basically tied up, like Australia is giving, has provided. I'm gonna say significant, but okay. I won't say significant. We provided aid, uh, but not the aid at the level we could, and not in this all the systems that we could. Um, and that is probably because Australia actually does heavily support Ukraine, the population wise, but there's a significant contingent in the parliament right now, particularly the Greens, who are, unfortunately caught up in this mindset of peace at any cost type of thing, because they're not going to pay the price. So there is movement, but not the kind of movement that we should be committing to it, given the vocal and continuous support of the Australian population for Ukraine. And it's unfortunate. We're distracted by a couple of major domestic political activities that are going on right now, the voice to parliament. And so, yeah, we're having a difficult time turning the attention to Ukraine. But when we are capable of doing that, turning that attention to Ukraine, the support is good in the population, and they do then break free with a bit of additional assistance. You would have seen some artillery rounds that they committed to making, but just a mere pittance, really. These The innovation in those lightweight IKEA type drones that mirror the Orlan 10, and obviously the Bushmasters. But when the when the last U.S. defense support package was announced, that's when I got stuck into my MPs again, because that sort of approach that give Ukraine out of stock anything that you can spare right now, and then basically write a call off contract with the providers of other things. The Hawkeye light vehicle and the Bushmaster have been, highly praised by the Ukrainian army. And so my opinion, and a number of other people we were hammering on Richard Marles and our MP about, was, we should just basically write a call off contract to Thales, which is in Bendigo, Victoria. We should just write them a contract to say, start making Bushmasters and Hawkeyes, 2 shifts, 3 shifts, whatever it is. Ramp up production with your existing capacity to whatever you can make, and just keep making those things and send them to Ukraine every month, just quietly. Just keep them coming until Ukraine says, you know what, we don't need any more of those Bushmasters. That's the kind of support I want to see happen. And now that we've crossed that line in America, where now we can, they're using the Lend-Lease program to basically allow the United States to rotate stock of things like 155 ammunition out, replace it with new stock, which they would need to do anyway, and then allow contractors who produce stuff that Ukraine needs to directly ship that stuff to Ukraine, based on this call-off contract with the act they passed that allows that sort of support for Ukraine. I'm like, why aren't we doing that exact thing? You know why? Well, so why? And the reason I'm so in favor of that is they're going to need that continuing ammunition support every month, right? That's why I always can keep saying my favorite aid package is XXX million dollars worth of bullets for everything. They need one of those every month. And if you just set up an arrangement where that happens, Primus, you don't have to go back and have the political argument, each and every time more aid's required, right? You just get the argument done, solidify the support, and set up a call-off contract to get it each and every month, because that's really what's needed. The boring, each and every month they need more ammunition for everything, and I don't want to have a discussion about it each and every month. Well, when they provide supply, that's so yeah, that's Australia. I think we're kind of doing our part, but not. We could do a lot more. We could do a whole lot more, and we're very disappointed. Those of us who track this closely, that they're not taking the advice of our military experts, who would also be in favor of supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, I hate to put it this way, but with this whole AUKUS agreement and with the Australians getting nuclear submarines and so on, that's a pretty big gain, and I think there's probably going to be a pretty big ask from both the British and the Americans for more support from Australia on what's going on right now. So I think some of that might be coming. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you guys got 50 F/A-18s sitting around in a desert somewhere, and those F/A-18s might actually be in the U.S. in our boneyard, because a lot of people store their equipment there. I don't know. Be nice if you guys still had some of those F-111s, although God, the maintenance on those things around to give, that would be nice. But one important thing the Australians have at least helped provide is the JDAM-ER, because that was a Australian program in part, and that's going to be a useful system. I mean, it's only a 500-pound bomb with wings, but it gives you a lot of capability, a lot of standoff capability, because the Russians aren't really able to operate a lot of long range stuff. I mean, there's that whole long conversation. Well, you have to get up to higher altitude to shoot those things. Yeah, to get full capability out of it. But it's still better than trying to drop iron on someone. When you have to almost fly over the target and fly in a straight, predictable path for at least a few seconds to drop something accurately. So it's still better than that. But yeah, hopefully the Australians provide more. I know I just saw something here. Prigozhin, the Wagner Group CEO, was saying that he's expecting the Ukrainian offensive to be anywhere between 200 to 400,000 people. I mean, who knows? I mean, everything that comes out of his mouth is propaganda, but sometimes there's some truth in a lie. I think the real takeaway from that is there's a large number of Ukrainian forces that are massing. They don't know where, they don't know how much, but they're afraid of it. So I'm going to step away for just a second, and I'll be right back.
All right, no worries. Now, Anda, I recognize that we were ignoring you for so long there. You put your hand down. Would you like to re-enter this conversation about the air assets, or remind us that the Romanians F-16s got to escort those Russian fighters back home the other day, which was very pleasing?
Actually, I wanted to change the subject.
Okay. All right.
So,
All right. Go ahead. What would you like to talk about?
grains. I want to talk about grains.
Great.
Grains, yes, the grains that are shipped out of Ukraine.
Grain. Yeah. Understood. Go ahead.
So, one thing that happened last year, she's appalled. Okay. One thing that happened last year was the fact that a lot of grains entered the neighboring countries, such as Romania, Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia, and they were not. Some of them were not shipped further, right? For various reasons. They were bought inside the country or stored here. Therefore, some of the producers, the local producers, started to muttering. and a new production year is closing in. Ukraine didn't manage to ship everything out, which means that um, we are foreseeing further imports, right, from Ukraine. So there are some producers in all countries which said, what are we going to do, right? European Union took that into consideration. They said we will help. We will help the countries that import from Ukraine, and we will help in general the producers from the neighboring countries. Now, they issued a list of amounts that uh, uh, but the thing is, for example, Romania didn't report exactly what happened, right? We didn't say how much we lost. Our producers were not all of them saying we did this, we did that, we didn't, blah blah blah. So according to the reports, and this is actually recognized by the European Union, Romania will receive less than other countries because we didn't report the losses actually, um, and other countries will receive more. There was a meeting. I don't recall having any promises for more, like in numbers. And when I don't see numbers, I see just promises. For me, that's how should I put this? I grew up in a country in which talk was cheap, so I want to see something on paper, and I want to see some numbers. That being said, and going forward, last week there were some decisions taken by Poland, which said they will not import to retain grains from Ukraine until July. So it's not about the passing of the grains, but actually when the grains stayed in the country. And right now, I see some reports from Hungary, which intends to do the same. So they intend to limit the amount that is imported by Hungary from Ukraine. Therefore, they are trying to stimulate and protect their own producers, right? So at this point, I don't see anything similar in Romania, but I will look up for that information and try to see what is what.
Thank you. And so this talk of the further support for the grain deal and allowing export, I like what I can't remember who said it yesterday. I think it was Doman. Yeah, Doman was covered that it really doesn't make any difference anymore, right? The Western countries that want to participate in that in moving grain out of Ukraine can just say, "Fine, you don't support it anymore, but what are you going to do about it?" Right? They can continue to move grain out of Ukraine, but of course, Russia will continue to steal and move grain the other direction as well.
So the thing is like this: it's not about not. So the countries are not saying we're not shipping out Ukrainian products. They are saying we are not buying ourselves. So
Oh, right.
right. So this is basically it. You have grains which came from Ukraine, and some of the producers, some of the traders sold them in the country. So they didn't bother to send them to Africa or anywhere else. They sold them here. So they remained in the country, basically flooded the market with grains, and the price dropped. And also it hindered the local producers, right? Which had some export, but not enough. So that was, we don't want to help Ukraine. They said, we will help the transfer from Ukraine to other countries, but we try to protect our own because our own guys will die of starvation. Not so. This is exaggerating, right? So
No, no,
it's
it's protecting the price, right? You don't want to further
exactly.
damage the economies of other grain producing states locally, especially. I'm not sure if Moldova is a decent sized grain producer or an exporter, or Romania is, but yeah, you absolutely wouldn't want to damage the price even further by artificially uh, uh, reducing the price of Ukrainian grain.
Exactly. So Moldova is not a big producer of grains. They are a big producer of um, wines, actually, and other products that are easily. They have hills, which and a sun, very very
Oh, so they're
suitable.
they're they're a significant grape and wine producer, are they? And do they produce table
Yes,
grapes as well as wine?
yes, they do. And uh, indeed, the soil is really good for that one. So Romania is a producer of grain, especially the south, but not only. And to my understanding, Poland has some producers, and local producers exist everywhere. Um, I will search for a ranking in order to be relevant. So I think Kure has his hand up, and also John Larrier had
Yeah,
a
let's go to John first. Him and I have been talking back channel here for a second. So, John, you got your ears on? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so you were talking about the new forecasting that was seen in the past couple days, or you could say 78 hours, I'd say, or 72 hours. I, and you asked why is it up over Romania? Um, so that portion of Romania kind of has always kind of had a tasking of some type of ISR or ES capability, whether it's um, a Sentinel or an RQ-9. Um, but I think it's kind of has the same operational or area of responsibility, but keeping in mind the recent incident. Now, I personally disagree with this. I think we need to be put in a tasking right up in the same tracking area to kind of make a statement, because at the end of the day, those are still international. It's still international airspace over international waters. But I think they could still in certain ways monitor the same area, obviously at much reduced visibility, when it comes to ES and signaling and whatnot. So I think it has the same tasking. And it can also be monitoring Moldova, which we kind of see whenever Moldova kind of comes up in the geopolitical narrative. You tend to all of a sudden you'll see something being tasked over there, whether it's so sometimes you even see some French assets over there, which is really ironic. This and that's a whole nother conversation. French is kind of lackadaisical or wishy-washy commitment. Like you'll have ISR platforms that monitoring Russia, but at the same time, you're negating, well, not negating, but um, undermining the very things that that you're trying to propagate by having an ISR platform up. Which it just that's a whole other conversation. But I that's basically what I think about Fort being up there. I think they're still kind of there's some reticence about putting it up over the Black Sea, even though I think in a time where the DoD needs to kind of make a concrete statement, that would be a good one to make. Like, even though it may have nothing to do with the reasons that they're in the narrative so much right now, I think it would be a good one to make just to show that you kind of have a concrete statement on something, if anything. So that's just I'm assuming it has the same area of responsibility. And I know Axel could probably speak to it as well. I know he's pretty.
Yeah, he's pretty tuned in. He's been here for like 20 of the last 24 hours, it seems, on here. But yeah,
So,
let's see.
John,
We'll see what
yeah,
happens. But I want to do yeah. But we'll go, and then we'll go to Cure.
yeah. So, yeah, just a quick follow up on that, John. Do you see? Excuse me. Do you see anything? I've been following the flight radar as well, and the position where Forte is working its way up and down the border of the Moldovan coast. It is that asset significantly more useful than was the Raptor that was lost that was working east west south of Crimea before, or do you see any other asset that has been put in place to carry out the activity that predator that was traveling east west south of Crimea? Has anything else been put in place to replace that, or is that Global Hawk sufficient enough with its capabilities to look out over the sea far enough to cover that, or is that a totally different subject?
Yeah. So I mean, they can do some of the same, complete some of this and execute some of the same missions. But like I said before, when you talk about the visibility and not just view range, like eyesight, I'm more so talking signals, it's going to be greatly reduced. And that's kind of the reason it was uh, the it had a tasking smack dab in the middle of the Black Sea because it's kind of a great area to kind of gather a wide range of signals and intelligence. So I do think they're trying to get as close to um, maybe a- any area that Russian jets might even wander. And I highly doubt they're going to go past Romania's even their ADIZ. But I mean, arguably they kind of have before. But it, I think Russia might show some reticence at doing that now. Um, but we do have reduced capability, and to answer your question, we have as far as I know, we have not replaced that tasking yet in the middle of the Black Sea. Now that doesn't mean we haven't. It just means we can't see it. Now, arguably though, by international law, they would have to be transmitting. So because they're in international airspace now, countries on all sides of this conflict and on all sides of the different frameworks have in the past, including the United States, masked or spoofed, their transmissions and things like that. So it happens all the time, and right now you could arguably say that we actually have a reason to do so. But it's not like we'd be hiding it from Russia because at the end of the day, um, that's going to be visible to every single, um, A2 or area denial platform in that whole region. Large portion of those being Russian. So whether or not you can see it on flight radar. So and then that's one thing I would definitely make sure that everyone remembers that just because we can't see it doesn't mean the Russians can't either. So, or even the Ukrainians as well. The same thing kind of goes for Russian aircraft. But as of now, we haven't replaced that tasking. And I think if we did replace the tasking, the Pentagon would say something about it. But right now, they're kind of going through, some hoops and heaves. So I'm not really sure on what their signaling is right now.
And maybe they're just using the satellite based capabilities rather than the plane based capabilities to cover the sea south of Sevastopol.
Yeah. So there's something to be said for that. But so that would be more so image intelligence, which is there's great deals to be uh of intelligence to be garnered, gleaned from that. But there is certain aspects, whether it's communications or radar signatures or other things like that, that you just kind of need a platform up tasked to a certain area of responsibility. So I do think we kind of took kind of a when it came to you know uh being situationally aware. I do think we have taken a bit of a loss there. I think we kind of lost decision dominance when we didn't immediately put a new tasking right up. I think the next day we should have had a new platform up. And the Russians would have been. I highly doubt they would have tried to bring down another one. I think the next day we should have put a. And this is, in my opinion, I don't want to try and say that this is supposed to be some type of doctrine, but I personally think that we should have had the next day a new platform, with two fighter jets escorting it. I don't know how tenable that is for long term, but I think it would still have made a good statement. And there was kind of like this lapse of any type of action, if any at all, from the DoD.
So last question, and then we will go to Curry. Sorry to make you wait. Last question is: I've seen this thing on the flight radar. Took off from Malta something like 48 or 50 hours ago. What's the duration of flight time of those Global Hawks? Do you know that?
So the longest I've seen has been like 2 days straight. I can go look up and maybe and throw in the chat. The exact statistics, but what we've seen, at least specifically in this conflict, we've seen 2 days straight taskings. But then they're kind of rushed. You can there's like even you can kind of even convey through through flight radar. They're kind of rushed. And perfect that ID10 popped in here because I guarantee you he knows the more exact numbers on those.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Curry. Good evening in Duluth. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you very much, sir. As always, I've learned a lot from listening to many people here before, and I was particularly listening to Anda talking about the situation in the border regions. I mean, of Romania and that sort of nether area between in which he was speaking about. Um, I don't actually have the right verbiage right now. But
Moldova and Transnistria.
Yes, exactly, Moldova. Wow, what a conundrum! I mean, truly, and I mean, we. I'm almost speechless. We have people here, like even in my own um, state and part of my country, who are looking for relief, medical support, and of course they are business people too. And I was thinking about what Anda was saying about the you know, the well the spot that Moldova is in right now. I mean, I'm going to use a British term, gobsmacked. I mean, it's truly these people who are wanting to just live a normal life, and yet um, talked about some of the challenges that were happening to the local population for income, medical coverage, and so on, and some of these things that were happening. Um, I- you know, I didn't have a pad on hand to kind of scribble down a few thoughts that Anda had said, but about, I mean, just basic coverage for, food, medical things and so on. And they're in a tight spot. And to be true, let's be frank. Most, I mean, I happened to catch some of this story, and I was before this, I was somewhat aware of it, like many of you are here on MriyaReport, about Romania, Moldova, and of course Ukraine. Everything is going on there. But so many of my previous coworkers, I'm retired right now, and many of my co-citizens, it's not that they don't care; they just don't know. And some of the things that were, well, I just don't know what to say. At the end of the day, and I've talked on this platform before. I come from a liberal background and so on, but I am all in for Ukraine. I am all in for the people of Romania. We have churches here who have, in my home state, Orthodox, Ukrainian, Catholic, Ukrainian. We have Romanian churches. Well, why not a Moldovan one? I mean, for goodness sake, we welcome people. And if that's what it takes, it'll take. At the end of the day, this is the Easter season. And we have to look into our hearts. And that being said, part of my heart says I have an obligation and a duty to, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but this is what I do. This is where my heart says I should go. I donate to MriyaReport. I donate to a few other entities who are helping in the Ukraine, and this is our duty. And I come from a liberal background. I mean, an extreme liberal background, believe me. So, my friends, I want to thank you for all the good news that you and good information that you give me on the MriyaReport on a total array of subjects that I wouldn't say I would not have thought of, but because if I listen to you, I have to listen to you, and I learn a whole lot of stuff about military technical stuff I would have never looked at, in a serious manner. But you have educated me too on those aspects of this conflict. At the end of the day, it's real simple. Alex, I wanted to chat, kind of give him a little chat here earlier on during the day. I'm retired, and I did, I had obligations that took me away. But the fact of the matter is, I agree with Alex on so many aspects, and MriyaReport is truly educational. From northern Minnesota. Any of you can log in worldwide, Australia, wherever you are. But truly, I'm going to agree with Axel. This is our 1939 moment, and for myself, I could never carry a gun and shoot somebody, but I could carry a medical kit. I'm retired now. It's not my role, potentially, but what I can do, I'm gifted. I have good language ability in a couple languages. I'm going to be a teacher again. I was a teacher some years ago. Some of you, my American friends who might be listening, you have medical abilities. You are educated in prostheses. You are heart surgeons. You are psychologists who know how to deal with children and men and women who have been through the worst things, and you can bring healing to them. And frankly speaking, you will be needed. And some of you, maybe through your medical, entities that you work with, like in Minnesota, we have, great medical communities, and maybe some of you will be able to go to Ukraine, help people those with post-traumatic stress syndrome. Some of you are gifted in fitting prosthetics where people have lost limbs. Some of you are child psychologists who have been who are gifted and can help these children who've gone through the worst trauma. My friends, this is our obligation. And as I said, I'm a liberal, but this is where my heart is. I have, like I said, I have some gifts of languages. I'm going to go back to teach. So, and again, for those of you who have gifts, maybe through your medical facility, your business, maybe through the help of the various states here, you have an obligation to go there and do your part and heal.
I agree, Kara. I mean, there's,
Okay, I will quit. I've chatted too much. Thank you very much. But you know where my heart and intent is. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I agree. If there's, if you do have the ability to contribute, there's a certain obligation to do so. So, and I appreciate you reiterating that. And it is an inspirational message. I think there's needs both today and there will be needs in the future on here. But let's see, just want to go over to ID10T, who's a new speaker, at least as far as I'm aware. I'd like to bring you up quick, sir. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Primus. And Curie, absolutely excellent message. And some people are looking to hear that message, so thank you. So firstly, my apologies. I did not hear the questions. I just popped into the space and I heard John speaking my love language. So John, Primus or panel, if there are some gaps that you would like me to expand on, by all means.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You just set yourself up. Promise you go ahead and then I'll chip in after you've got one.
All right. So I have my thoughts on the opinions of a global hawk, but just to kind of maybe explain what exactly a global hawk can do. Like what are the capabilities on there? Obviously as ELINT doesn't have anything for like almost like a JSTARS kind of radar. What can it actually do from where it's at, and how big of a loss capability is it that it's not flying over station in the Black Sea like it was before?
Okay, so respectfully, not going into great detail, but just a high elevation, let's say as high as a global hawk. Yes, visual is a component. I'm glad you brought up JSTARS. No, it does not have near the capabilities of a JSTAR that a JSTAR has, but it is its own airborne. SIGINT, especially, yes, there is visual. I would say there's a different scope of visual when it comes to your Gorgon Stare platforms. Take like the drone that was knocked down, that was a Gorgon Stare capable. There are new versions, and to explain, a Gorgon Stare is a multitude of cameras. Think about it like a 2 gigapixel camera for imagery analysis. But to your specific question, what is lost? Yes, some SIGINT capability. Yes, some local imagery, real time. One of the benefits of a global hawk is that you don't have to wait for it to pass like a satellite. It's there, it's lingering. You get 30 plus hours of loitering in an environment. Therefore, you have a current actionable picture and information that can be translated to other echelons. But in the scheme of right now, what we're seeing, not a lot of movement on either side. That the global hawk is not there is not a significant intelligence blow. Just because we have the assets of SAR satellites and they are everywhere. So I would invite anyone to look at change detection via SAR imagery. And one of the most important things of knowing your battle scope, if you will, is you have a satellite pass over synthetic aperture radar SAR satellite yesterday, and then you can compare that today. And you compile those two time frames and you will see everything that moves. So now, is it as fast as having a camera and watching it? No, but it is a comprehensive picture, and to a great extent, vastly more so than what the Global Hawk can provide. So we're talking about time domains mostly, where we have the information capability, but a Global Hawk is right now, and satellites take more time.
Fair enough. So, ID10, do you know of any replacement asset that went up because that Reaper was taken out in relation to flying north or east and west, south of Crimea? Do you know of any asset that has been added to replace that, or is it simply we're relying on the satellite capability for area down there for visual rather than an airborne asset to continually monitor?
I'm going to take your question, stir it up, and then pour it out. And that there's a lot of focus, and this is generally so on weapon systems, that the focus is on the noun, it's the thing. But that's not how weapon systems work in the Western world. It's more of a verb. So the Global Hawk is a piece that provides a piece of the picture. So the picture, we still have the big picture. So there are a multitude of other assets already in place, already looking, sniffing, smelling, hearing, listening, whatever. That the Global Hawk is not there, again, I would say is not a great significant loss, especially with it not being overly active in as far as movement is concerned. I would say nothing was there to replace it, but a replacement is not necessary to garner the big picture.
Does the Global Hawk that is doing the bow tie up along the Moldovan border right now over Romania, does that have the look down capability across the entire Black Sea there, or is it limited in range to the area between there and Odessa or something like that?
All right, I'm not going to get. Yeah, I am. I'm going to get too geeky. All right. Sure, there's information that could be classified, but let's just speak physics. And that is the line of sight formula. If you took 40,000 feet, square root 200, you multiply that by 1.26. It's just a rough guesstimate formula. You get to around 250 miles. So take your elevation in feet, you find the square root, multiply that by 1.26, and from 40,000 feet, you can shine a laser beam to the ground 250 miles. So if it's to the ground that you're concerned about at 40,000 feet, it can see 250 miles. That's just a matter of line of sight physics. So for a camera, if you take where it's at and its altitude, and you apply that formula, you can estimate the visual range that an object can see. There are more devices than the visual spectrum. So, and you can apply that formula to AWACS systems as well. No longer really AWACS, they're now multi-purpose platforms, but that same formula would apply from where it is in elevation to a point on the ground. Now, as soon as something is off the ground, that formula changes. So elevation to the ground, that's your rough physics limitation.
Thank you. So, John, you've got a follow up on this subject?
Yeah. I just wanted to two things more. So, one, a question for that does follow up, and then more so to amend my statement before. I had said that I kind of positively stated that there had not been anything, any assets up, not necessarily just to replace, but at all. And I was wrong on that because the next day I went to a Mail Radar, which is a pretty good compilation of the history of a lot of different taskings. And I found one the next day. So I just wanted to admit I was wrong on that one. I had a question for ID10, and don't answer, or just give me a thumbs up, or just say no. If you can't answer it, and just but if there's some OPSEC things going on there. But what exactly is the LAPIS? I know it is a satellite constellation. Because it's been tracked before. You can track it on certain satellite tracking apps. But what role does it play, if you could speak on that? And this kind of is alluding more so to the DoD leaks. But I would assume that it played a role in information gathering when it came to Ukraine as well. So
Did you say LAPIS?
yeah.
Take a look at the Navy's system of Operation Overmatch. That's about as much as it. That's how far I'll take that.
Thank you. I'll look into that.
And can you explain what the Navy's Operation Overmatch is, loosely? And also, ID10T, I followed you on there. If you could follow me back just so we can stay in contact. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. So, again, I'll use the same verbiage as I did before. It's not a noun, it's more of a verb. The Overmatch project is the culmination of various weapon systems. It is, think of it as standardizing a method for all the other weapon systems to communicate, to bring it into the behemoth that is Aegis. So Spy-1 radars on Navy systems, communicating through Aegis. If you let that thing run wild, it will want to kill everything. There's actually a certain procedures that you have to turn everything on and set forth the conditions within the system before you turn on the Spy-1 radar, or it marks everything as a target. It's an amazing system. But there are many other assets out there, and with the military combat fighter strategy moving forward, communication is the game. And you can look at stories of, let's say, a F-35 seeing a target, relaying back to the AWACS, hey, I see a target. AWACS talks to a Patriot missile system. Patriot missile fires a shot with target unseen, and then the F-35 steers it in. This is kind of that same mentality, except on everything. And there are two ships that are working with this system in order to incorporate it and then set forth the standards on how future systems will communicate and bring all that information together and then be augmented by various systems. So battle picture not only is stronger in all the assets that are bringing in the intelligence and targeting and friend or foe identifications, your knowledge space and how you're going to act is exponentially increased. It's a phenomenal system.
We'll go to John for response to that. But my follow-up, I'm going to have two follow-up questions for you. There was a Russian radar system. Looks like Jeff Fisher was saying it was a NATO codename Box Spring was taken out yesterday. And I was wondering if you could provide us some more details on that. And also, I mean, what is a question we should be asking you about what's going on? You know, what's something like we should be paying attention to? But John first.
Oh yes, so I was just kind of just to clarify with ID10T. So basically, without elaborating too much, after looking it up and what you just described sounded like JASC2. Is that what you were talking about? So it's maybe an asset that potentiates JASC2 and the for anyone. Sorry for not clarifying that. And for anyone who doesn't know, that's a joint all domain command and control, which is the idea of this advanced level of communication, it's more specifically joint communication between different assets in different domains. So I always just assume that LAP is something that potentiates that without kind of going too deep into it. So just thank you for that.
Yeah, short answer, yes. I need to see something published before I discuss much about it. And then there also is the element that I've been out for a while. So discussions and thought processes that were in plan, but I have been out for some time. So I would need something published before really wrapping it up and putting a bow on it.
Yeah, I'll send you over anything I find.
Yeah, just securely, hopefully. So ID there. Yeah, I guess in whatever order you'd like. I mean, what's something that we should be paying attention to that maybe we're not? And also, if you have any information that the Box Spring radar that was taken out, what your thoughts are on that, in whatever order.
I have not heard the Box Spring. That sounds like maybe a 6 meter radar, so an operating in the 50 megahertz range, possibly. Do you have any information on that?
It's a VHF radar. What are we saying? It's it can hit a radar cross section of 0.1 meters squared. Let's see. Yeah, it's a VHF. It's I don't know what else. It's a vertically polarized VHF radar system. You know, it looks like it looks like a box spring on a truck. So.
Okay, well, it's VHF and not UHF. I'm going to assume it's probably around the 50 megahertz range. So not quite over the horizon. If you could DM me that picture. But stealth or low observable aircraft would be more susceptible to your lower frequencies in the VHF realm. That would be one of the primary uses, I think, for that system.
Anybody still in here?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
I heard 0.1 meter cross section vertically polarized. What did I miss?
We're talking about a Nebu SBU radar that was taken out yesterday. So ID10T was going over that. We'll let him continue. I'm trying to find the thing to DM him.
Okay, yeah. So a VHF radar would be a detection radar, not a targeting radar. So it will say, hey, there's something there, but it's not, does not have the resolution generally, general statements, please, does not have the resolution to guide a missile in, or it can get it to the area, but an actual targeting radar would have to be a higher frequency. And then your low observable aircraft would be more susceptible to those lower frequencies. Would it be a great loss to them? It sounds like they were using a radar for radar purposes for detection. Think your general air tower, general aviation type radar. That would be a good frequency band for general aviation. But as far as targeting, you would need a more advanced system. Well,
I
better
just shared
said, a higher
picture of it in
frequency
the
system.
nest. I don't know what tells you it's a 3D VHF radar there. Yeah, I apologize.
So-
I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yeah, that looks like a lower frequency VHF detection radar is what it looks like. Yeah. So standing by my statements.
Well, probably a good thing it got destroyed then.
So it was unique in that it was the first one taken out in the area, but it's special, but it's not that special in that it's just basically a wide area detection radar, right? But would probably have a decent coverage area that they might miss it unless they have a number in the area, but nothing, not a critical loss. Is that right, ID?
Yeah, I would say that is a nice radar for saying there's something over there with some degrees of error, but it's what I'm looking at is not a targeting radar. So you're not going to, that would tell what your targeting radar needs to look at. So I'm not special in the sense that it may be better at viewing a low observable aircraft, which is not a concern coming from Ukraine. But yeah, not significant.
Hey, Ten. Since you're here, can I ask you a curly one from a few weeks ago? And that is the A-10, the AWACS plane that was damaged in Belarus earlier. I understand that there are only about 6 or 8 of those available in the able to maintain one on continuous stand coverage for an area, or are there a whole bunch of other assets that Russia uses in addition to that to cover the area? Because I suspect, like you say, tracking flight radar, that there's not much. You don't see anything. Perhaps they're all traveling with their transponders off, but I would have expected something like the Global Hawk or something that's flying on the Russian side to be doing continuous patterns over there. Do you think that they have significant enough assets that they've got coverage that one loss of one of those planes being out of service is not significant to them? Or did you think that was a fairly big deal?
Well, I'll start with the disclaimer that my focus in my career was not Russia, but so I don't know the numbers that they have, and specifically with that aircraft, I'm not aware of what components are in that dome, but knowing what other nations have, those are components that are not easily replaced, especially with Russia's sanction situation. I don't know of any home built, if you will, replacement for the components in that dome, and the capability, or whether China is going to assist them in replacing that or not. As far as the number of those aircraft that they have, uh, yeah, rotation is absolutely needed. One loss isn't significant. Well, it certainly takes a bite out of them, and it takes a bigger bite out of Russia than it would be ours, because we have plenty of replacements and we have the logistics to support that. Russia has shown that it's very short on competency and its ability to adapt its intelligence platforms, which have already shown themselves to be severely lacking. So, to them, yeah, quite the big bite. Now, are they going to pull from Japan or from the Baltics any kind of patrols in order to fulfill that? Probably. I say that ignorantly, but what I've seen thus far is that they're 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 running their AWACS systems just enough, and they'll pull up a couple fighters and operate the fighter aircraft radar in order to target some of their long range missiles. So they're already firing inside the Russian border long range. I can't recall the name of that missile that they're using, but yeah, I would say
KA-13X.
Kinzhal, yeah, the Kinzhal, the KH-11.
no air to air missile, not the Kinzhal. I'm speaking of. Yeah, they have some long range air to airs that have been problematic for Ukraine. But yeah, as far as that AWACS system, if a drone popped into that dome, that's, from what I can see, going to be out of commission for some time, and they're going to have difficulty repairing that. But yeah, it's interesting. I'll say that.
It's also interesting that it doesn't seem like they put a replacement back in Belarus, which it doesn't necessarily mean that area is unmonitored, but you know, it's certainly going to be harder to monitor it continuously. So, yeah, John's got a question, but I'm going to have a follow up for you on something. And thank you for coming up tonight.
Yeah, pleasure. Absolutely.
Yes. So I think ID10, you were talking about the R-37 missile that has that long range capability that you were talking about. That's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head. That does. Can you guys hear me? Is my mic okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry about that. But just a quick caveat on the AWACS platform. If I'm correct, Russia has about 10 of them. I haven't heard yet, of them having to work with all of them on station, or like up for one to task. I haven't heard of that before. It was I was of the understanding that it worked in similar ways to these older versions of older US AWACS platforms. So you could have one up. Now the idea, I can't speak to their readiness though. There was a UK MOD report specifically on this, I believe, that I'm tracking down as we speak. And if I find that, I'll throw that up there. But that actually spoke to specifically to this, and the conclusion was that I can vividly remember was that Russia will not be able to immediately um, recoup that loss, so or transition another one there, because they already have each military command is kind of allotted one, and so I think they only have about, and ID10 kind of hit it on the nail, that around like 6, or basically military command, however many military commands they have, they're basically stretched thin, so they can't take one from another area. That's now that wasn't from the Russian MOD, that was from the UK MOD. So the Russians didn't say that themselves, so I'm not 100% sure. But when I find it, I'll throw it up there.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, you posted something on Forte. It looks like it might have gone back out over the Black Sea, which seems interesting there. Is that the correct interpretation of that?
Yeah, but I would stress that wasn't replacing the tasking. That was kind of seemingly what exactly I was talking about. And that's my fault for kind of saying that without knowing the full story. Because that's exactly what I was talking about. Is this idea of, you send it out there and you look how far out it went. It went way past the normal area of responsibility for the tasking. So they kind of did exactly what I was faulting them for not doing. So I just wanted to make sure that I um, cleared that up.
Well, even if they're sending something out there now, they've certainly seeded a lot of that space. They were doing it basically every day. Now it's not every day. It's much more occasional. Just irritate the Russians enough, and then go back to playing it safe. And I'm sure they're just kind of pushing the limit to see when the Russians are going to do something again. But yeah, we'll see how bad that gets. I know there was something about the, at least according to those papers that were leaked. I'm not sure how much to trust that, but the whole incident with the British rivet joint and the Russians shooting off a missile next to it. That was apparently a much more dangerous situation than was let on, but I didn't really get any details on that in terms of like what was different than what we thought it was. There's a question to either one of you, and also specifically to ID10T there. What happened to the Russian electronic warfare capabilities everyone was so scared about? Beginning of the war, where did it go?
Again, my disclosure is my focus was not Russia, and I had many of the same misguided anticipations of what was about to happen, and I can say that I was funny struck by what transpired. So, yeah, Russia has continued to have uh, various electronic assets that we've encountered multiple times in other theaters, and they can be problematic. They are the reason why we spend a lot of money on uh, a lot of stuff. I know it's so general, but the amount of incompetence and the amount of times I watched Russia just on the invasion, and I put my hand in my hand to forehead, like, what are you doing? Not that I was rooting for Russia at all. It was, I'm watching a train wreck. I'm watching a kid at a recital to drop his flute. Uh, they their secure communications were going to be we're going to count on using the local cell phone services that they bombed, so they couldn't use their encrypted communications. So they used unencrypted HF, which, if you recall, everybody with a ham radio got on there, was making all kinds of racket, and their air defense systems maintained unlinked. But when they did turn them on, they were targeting their own aircraft. The list goes on.
Yeah, so that almost sounds like they had to turn off some of the jamming systems because they were, basically fratriciding themselves. Was my impression of that. My, not being in electronic warfare and being more of a banker, my understanding of that is a bit limited. But yeah. So the other thing I heard just today is that the Ukrainians have been having some hard time with the JDAMs and the GPS jamming. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about what GPS jamming is. if you can.
Well, okay, so just on GPS jamming, that's not difficult. Uh, you have been driving down the road in your car, listening to the radio, and suddenly, uh, well, maybe AM radios, CD guy would crank up his radio, and it would come over your radio, uh, just interfering. Uh, if you dial into what is it, 1093 megahertz or something like that for GPS, I can't recall. You can listen to that signal, record it, and then play it back on the same frequency. That would be a very rudimentary way of blocking it. But GPS satellites are pretty far away. That means by the time it reaches your GPS receiver, the signal is very weak. If you have a strong transceiver operating within the same spectrum space of what you're trying to receive, it's going to overpower you. Now, I don't know about the JDAM problems that they're having, but perhaps they received old ones that lack the inertial guidance systems to complement the GPS. JDAMs are, from what I understand, hardened to an extent to jamming, but you circumvent hardening by brute force with more power. So if you have a particular area that you want to protect from something being GPS guided, you add more power. So a GPS is radio, and they're coming from satellites that are far away. So by the time the signal meets your receiver, you have a weak signal. And if you want to jam that, you provide a stronger signal.
Yeah, and it's not just one signal because they're triangulating off of like 3, 4, 5 satellites or whatever. So, it's trigonometry, but like the calculus kind. uh, hmm.
So and with each one begets another. It's a cat and mouse game when it comes to electronic warfare. Be it a radar system, a jamming system, you have various protocols, whatnot. But as soon as someone says, "Okay, we'll add more power," well, we add more hardening. One of the ways we design and implemented mitigating strategy is inertial guidance to complement GPS. Therefore, if there's a GPS jamming, it says, okay, well, I'm still traveling at this speed, at this angle, I feel this gravity, so I still know where I'm at. And hopefully it will get through that jam zone. And that applies to drone aircraft, just about anything else that is required for precision guidance. You don't want to count on just one source. There are very expensive aircraft in the sky right now that can still utilize astral navigation with cameras that look up at the stars and says, "I'm here."
Yeah, you can't jam the sky, I suppose. So, well, unless it's a cloudy day. So I guess there's that. But if you're flying high enough, I guess that's not an issue. Okay. John, you have any follow up on that?
Yeah. I definitely do. I threw it up in the top nest. So basically, the statement is because I'm not sure if it reads it out in the nest. Uh, the statement from the UK MOD's assessment of uh, uh, the potentials for loss of capability for that area of responsibility is that their statement is it's realistically possible. Oh no, it is a realistic possibility that joint Russo-Belarusian air activity will now be forced to rely on ground control and fighter escort until another mainstay can be deployed. And after this statement, it and news reports can confirm this as well, that the 3 MiGs that were assigned to that airbase did leave. Basically, the 3 MiGs who would have been operating under that, basically under the umbrella provided by that they took them out. They left essentially when the aircraft left for maintenance. So now airstrikes obviously have continued, but arguably, if you look how they kind of shifted, and they lean very heavily now on you know, their you don't really see a lot of the fires coming from Belarusian territory anymore. There's still some that do, but there's a marked difference. But I think they kind of just shifted they just allocated their fires to a different area of responsibility, and they're still trying to saturate Ukraine, arguably though unsuccessfully though.
Yeah, I think if they're going to have to rely on ground-based control, that's really going to limit what they can do here. ID10T, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, with that, now, not an assumption, but a question. I would question if their other platforms are actually functional. I have come to that question just by seeing all the other platforms and theater that they have provided. So I question if their other platforms are actually functional. And a side note is that the Russians have this knack of placing, well, at least saying that they place more capabilities on platforms than we do. I say we as the West. You take a look at the submarine Moskva, and that wasn't just a destroyer. It was just packed full. You could see how many items were on that ship, and they do the same thing with their airborne platforms, and that their AWACS has more functionalities, not better functionality, but more various components for other systems. Now I don't know what those are. I briefly read that, but so if that is an asset that's taken out, I'm led to believe that that's more than one asset as far as just AWACS, that they had more on that aircraft or on that system that they no longer have available to them.
Yeah, I think losing that is going to be problematic. I know they only had like a dozen or so A50 mainstays, and they were working on the A100, which is supposed to add some cooperative engagement capability. And I think they only had like one or two of those. And throughout this whole thing, I've really been surprised because I haven't seen anything about them really operating AWACS a lot. I know there's one in Belarus, and it seemed like they were operating something on the Black Sea, like around Sea of Azov area, kind of far from the front lines, because of course they're worried about it getting attacked or something. I would suppose, but it doesn't seem like it's played much of a role in the war at all. They just don't seem like they're flying them. So when you talk about question how many of them are working, yeah, I don't know, but I mean I don't think they have as many working as they may advertise, and they still have to cover the Northern Fleet. They still need to cover the Pacific, so they have a lot of other commitments that they just can't pull away from. I would assume. Yeah. Let me think of another intelligent question here in a moment. But is there anything we should be thinking about, like in terms of like the drone warfare or? Here's a question for you. I'm sure you heard about that big intelligence leak. It sounds like that might be some sensitive information on there. Do you have any thoughts on that, or anything that you may have heard there that may have been a surprise?
No. I'll be very general on this very topic, and that what I detailed in the extent of methodologies, or where the information was derived from. What I saw was a high level preparation, and I believe that this was that these documents were prepared for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I would give your audience caution to don't look for souvenirs. While yes, this may be out there, it has not been declassified, and it's not something I would have framed on my wall.
It's also something, just a second premise. It's also something that a lot of people have intentionally chosen to not look at, because these are classified documents that were not intended to be out to the public, whether they have been modified, whether they're forgeries, anything like that. No matter what, there are people who have made the intentional choice to not view any of them because of the sensitivity of it. And I'm going to go straight to mockers right now. Good morning. I hope the cats are well and your coffee is almost done.
Yeah, good morning. Just literally stirring my coffee as you said that. So, those documents, yes, they do appear, some of them, to be real documents, a real leak. Big problem. However, they do appear to be a daily briefing rather than a full-on battle plan. They are sort of like, this is what happened on such a day, or this is what we're expecting on such a day. So, if a new one of those gets issued almost every morning, that's probably extremely out of date by now anyway. So, yeah, I will just say that, yes, they do appear to be correct documents, but they also appear to be, for a daily briefing document that wouldn't really give the whole game away. That's not what they do. So, yeah, that appears to be the consensus of opinion of people who know, who've seen the documents and said, yeah, well, that sort of thing is done pretty regularly, that we draw up, something for people to look at. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's the entire battle plan. I believe that's been the general consensus of opinion. And I'm happy to stay with that.
It is odd. There seems to be some alterations to it. I don't know what that means, but
that just means the Russians have touched it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the level of actual information in there is, it's not good that it got out in the wild. And they need to find how that happened and plug that leak with extreme prejudice. It sounds like it might have been like someone's kid may have picked it up and scanned it and uploaded it, or to get some credit on his Minecraft server or whatever it was. I don't know.
I think it's
not good.
It very first showed up on a Discord server, I think. And then after that, somebody then tried to use it for clout. Yes. Yeah. I think John might have something to say about that, actually.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to really get into the complexities of any of the documents. But what I will say, just touching on a point that ID10T made as well, is that there were I think the reason we're seeing a lot of the problems now, specifically with partner nations. So the great thing though is that operationally, markers, you hit it right on the nail with that. In regards to Ukraine, there wasn't a lot of operational information, but in the subsequent leaks after the initial one, we're now seeing this kind of it seems to be a little more than that, and I'm not going to elaborate at all because our Prince made a great point about not kind of getting into specifics about this. That's why I asked that vague question about Lapis to ID10T, because that has to do with this as well, but I didn't want to get any more past just that name. And so I think that it is a bit more than a daily briefing, and that's kind of all I would say on that, because of just of the nature of the information. Now, one thing I will say, and this is kind of the last thing I'll say on this, because I want to stick to my guns when it comes to being consistent about how to treat this situation, is that the leak basically, or when it went public, coincided with one, the defense ministers meeting, right? But then also at the same time, the Ukrainian intelligence was going to be meeting with multiple defense ministers as well. And I'm not trying to say that the Ukrainians leaked it, but what I am saying is whoever did leak it, it does seem to um, have those two events in mind, because those two events were publicized. So it just seemed to be trying to take advantage of that. So I would point to multiple adversary actors who it could be, but I'm not even going to say their names to kind of so we don't have to go down any rabbit holes. But yeah, that's just kind of the understanding of it as of now. And it's probably evolved even as I've said it. So.
Yeah, I think that's about all we really need to say on that. Clearly it was altered. I don't think anyone reporting it really knows how much of it is true and how much is not, because it is still fruit of a poison tree. But I mean, I don't think we can take it too seriously yet. We need to take it very seriously. And on that note, Mockers is here for my relief tonight. So I'm sure there's going to be some numbers coming out soon she wants to go over. I'm going to be on again 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Monday and Friday, going to be my regular hours here for a little bit going forward. And I appreciate everyone.
Monday and Friday.
What's
Did
that?
you say Monday and Friday?
What's that?
Did you say Monday and Friday?
No, Monday and Wednesday.
Good, because that's what I put you on. Whew.
Oh yeah. No. No, Fridays I'm out of the club. No. But yeah, I'm gonna be stepping down now. But one of the things I'm passionate about is getting into some of this Twitter military information that is very relevant to this, but also in a way, not just to nerd out with some very fascinating people, but there's a lot of listeners here that may hear a lot of terms, a lot of things that are going on, and I want to kind of help kind of like explain some of that and go, so kind of understand the context and educate a little bit too on there. So yeah. It's been a pleasure talking to you both tonight, and hopefully I'll have an opportunity to do so in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Primus. Yeah, I appreciate. I actually watched a little bit of TV tonight, something I haven't done in a couple of weeks, just because I'm always here, which is fine. We're gonna go to Nick here for a second. ID 10T. I saw you had your hand up for a second, but you put it back down. So I'm gonna go to Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, and actually, I wanted to, because I saw ID 10's hand up, so I would really like to hear what he has to say, because I know he's more intelligent than I am.
Busy ambassadors, but in the scope of how this is going to affect Ukraine in particular, I do not see Russians being able to extrapolate much valuable information from that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I did see some reporting. I wasn't listening, so I don't know if you covered it, but I did see some reporting um, from CNN tonight that Ukraine has changed some of their plans because of it. But of course, it's an assistant to the president or something like that spoke to CNN and told them this. So, we didn't know what their plans were to begin with. If they changed their plans, okay. They have been planning very well, and I have no doubt that they know what they're doing. And then yeah, I have no doubt that they know what they're doing, and whatever plan that they changed, if they even changed one, will be just fine. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, and I'm glad you're stirring your coffee, because I'm ready to go off to bed. And hope everybody's had a wonderful day. But for me, I can think of a lot of things. And part of it is I can see where somebody thought they were going to like scam somebody or sell some information. And they said, oh, I have this, and here's where I'm going to post it. And it's like, here's a taste of what I have for you. You know, if you want more of this, because I've heard there's more documents, but they got pulled off. And so it could just been a scammer who had access to something. But I think every country needs to really tighten up their security and get their stuff together, because I think that, so much stuff gets leaked and then, oh, there's no consequences. Well, you know what? Then it becomes acceptable if you leak stuff and there's no consequences. So I think everybody needs to be a lot tighter on their security and a lot more careful, just to make sure anything that is real or could be damaging doesn't get out. And I'll step down. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Mockers,
I'm on here now.
you're all
Morning.
there. Morning.
I can't say I'm actually all there, but yeah, I am here. So I have some numbers for us, and I will read them out because sorry, just let me rub my eyes so I can actually see. Ah, that's better. Right. So we have numbers for the 10th of April 23. This is for my American friends who are dying to go to bed. So we have 670 liquidated personnel. That's up on yesterday, isn't it? Just the one tank today. So unlucky for that tank. 4 armoured personnel vehicles again. 10 artillery systems. We do like them in double figures, don't we? And 1 MLRS. Now, not to be sniffed at, not insignificant that. Have we noticed that the Russians appear to be using drones quite a lot at the moment? I think they got a new delivery of Shahed type drones yesterday as well. You'll be glad to know, but there was 11 shot down yesterday, so they are still trying. What I have noticed though is I think there was double figures of UAVs shot down yesterday as well. I think it might have been 11 or 14, something like that. And we haven't heard of any major explosions or disasters caused by these UAVs recently. I mean, there have been 1 or 2 hits. There's something hit in Odessa the other week, but I haven't noticed any major blackouts. I haven't noticed any, big problems that have been caused by these UAVs. Something tells me that Ukraine are getting down to a fine art of dispatching them. They've had plenty of practice, I suppose. So, 5 vehicles and fuel tanks. I mean, it's not massive, but it's always worth keeping them ticking down. Ooh, and 2 more special equipment. I mean, special equipment now, 311 items. So in just a couple of days, we've gone from 299 to 311. And that cheers me up greatly. I like to see these figures climbing. We actually now have more special equipment than aircraft. So come on, aircraft, get yourself shot out of the sky, please. That would be nice. Coffee. Right. So that's first thing. What I like to do, I always like to bring you the numbers first thing, and then I go, oh my God, I've got 600 messages, and then you get to listen to them as well. So I am expecting young Tim to come and join us very shortly. Gosh, there's a lot going on about this leak I guess they're trying to find out who it is. It's a big subject in America, obviously. Oh, that's the nibble. Yesterday there was a visual confirmation of a NEBO SBU radar destroy falls under the category of special equipment, and I love seeing special equipment in little bits and pieces. Makes a big difference. Okay, somebody sent me a competition to win as well. That's really kind. Have you ever, while you're here, Prince, right? Have you, especially since you started co-hosting, started to receive at least 3 a day messages from dubious gentlemen who apparently live in possibly India, possibly Africa, sending you one-word messages? I get hi a lot. I reckon they're probably bots, but I do think it's really funny how a one-word hi they think is going to, I don't know, just pull you into their world, immediately fall in love. It makes me laugh, it does.
Well, to begin with, any man would be barking up the wrong tree. However, um, I am very sorry to tell you the answer is no. I have not.
Well, in that case, they must just be in love with my accent or something.
It's the voice and the accent, and yeah, I get messages from our lovely listeners, very typically with topical information, with something that I'm talking about at the moment, or to say, have you seen this? But no, I fortunately have not been in the high club, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm waking up to over anywhere from 100 to 300 messages in other messaging apps. It does me just fine. Thanks.
You've got plenty to be getting along with. I get it. Well, I do occasionally get a message from the odd lady, which is fine. Ladies usually say a bit more than hi. They usually say, "Hello, I would like to be your friend," and in most cases, they probably aren't a lady. Anyway, just thought I would mention that for those who might also receive those types of messages. One word DMs, avoid. And when the ladies say, "I'd like to be your friend," what they really mean is, "I would like you to pay for my lifestyle." So just be aware of that, fellas, as well, because it's not just us ladies who get scammed. Ta-da! Just so you know. I know
Yeah,
it's shocking and surprised, that, isn't it? Shocks.
shocked, absolutely stunned. Did I tell you I figured out why we just sort of instantly started getting along just fine when we first met? Did I tell you I figured out why?
Why is that, my dear?
You share a birthday with a cousin of mine who I consider one of my best friends in the world. I have no children. My my brother has 2 kids, but my cousin whose kids who are now all adults and have kids of their own grew up calling me auntie when they wouldn't even call their own aunties auntie. So yes, I figured out that it has to do with the fact that you guys were both born on the same day. Different years, but same day.
Well, just to make it a bigger coincidence, I also do not have children. I have cats. They answer back a lot less, although they are still very demanding. And my brother has 2 children. So there you go. All the coinky dinks. Not as bad as the Russians trying to make things coincidental, however.
This is very true. This is very true. I'm trying to find a Telegram channel that I can't find. I think I had it at one point, but I must have stopped following it for some reason. But I really like 24 TV UA, their website, and I would love to have their Telegram channel too. I will find it.
I've got a little mystery for the listeners this morning. If they would like to try and figure out the mystery, yesterday there was a video of a raccoon being removed from a tree, approximately 10 meters up in a tree, by an animal rescue operation, right? All very good and well. Uninjured, raccoon was handed over to some zookeepers. It was a great ending to the story. However, how the hecking heck did that little furry guy get into a tree in a place which doesn't have its own zoo? So this is Lviv. Apparently, Lviv does not have its own zoo. And raccoons are generally more native to zoos in Ukraine. They're not a native creature that we're aware of. However, where'd it come from? Where'd it come from, guys? If anybody knows, inquiring minds wish to know, wish to find out. Yeah, that's my morning quiz for the team here. If anybody can find out where that baby came from, I would like to know.
That's interesting. I did not know that raccoons were not something that was found in Ukraine. I've seen a lot of hedgehogs being rescued, which is very interesting also. However, I did not know that Ukraine did not have raccoons, and I would be willing to ship some of the ones that live in the fir tree in the backyard if anybody wants some. I'm just kidding. I would never do that. But that is a very interesting puzzle to try to solve. Where did that raccoon come from? I do not know. It is a very, very interesting puzzle. Because people don't usually keep pet raccoons, I don't think.
They're kind of feisty as pets, I believe. You know, the thing is, right, that they do look very cute with their little human hands and stuff. But I've met a family of raccoons who basically walked up to me to beg for food, and I made a point of not giving them any food because, yes, you're right, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of them. Believe it or not, raccoons know which side their bread's buttered. Clever creatures, and cheeky with it. So, yeah, my dad was like, you feed them, you will never get rid of them. They will follow you around forever. And I was like, but that's great. And he went, don't you dare.
We used to buy, my ex and I lived in an apartment that overlooked a river. And it was a beautiful apartment. I loved it. But because of that, we had all kinds of creatures coming up to our porch, and we were on the first floor. And yeah, we used to buy really cheap cat food, so that we could feed the raccoons. And they would be out there at night, and boy howdy, they would just yeah, I mean, entire families of raccoons would visit our back porch. It was at times
They like come and
entertaining.
knock on the door and everything. Oh, oi, you're late. Get out with the food.
Yeah, right, right. What was worse though was the Canadian geese. Man, those things are mean, and they leave a nasty, poopy mess.
Cobra chickens. That's what they call them, isn't it? Cobra chickens.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I didn't know if they called them cobra chickens, but I think that is absolutely hilarious and very, very true. Yeah, the best animal that we had come up there was a nutria, and that was a very interesting.
Oh, we saw one of them actually on a picture from Ukraine the other day, a little white one. And a guy was sharing his dinner with it. And I was like, oh, this is just like, it's like Nature Watch. I am still convinced that Ukrainians are descendants of Snow White. Just the general interaction with animals. Animals seem to come to them, not the other way around. And so, yeah, there is some Snow White genes floating around the Ukrainians. I'm certain of it.
Yes, and we have sort of gone, round the bend on topics here. We're waiting for the MOD report, I think, to come in, and I have not seen it yet, but I haven't refreshed either. Nope, it's not there. I know you read these things so much better than I do, so maybe I will just send it to you, because I think I just had it here in a, oh no, I want it in a different format because it's prettier. I'm going to send you this tweet that you take a peek at it and see if you would be content to read this as somewhat of a summary of the general staff's update this morning. See what you think
As
of
long as
that.
it doesn't contain 300 village names, one after the
Yes,
other.
see, and that is my problem. If I can find a decent summary that only includes a few names, I might try to read it. But if it contains inappropriately translated village names and there are like 50 of them, no, even just reading it is painful. I always collect them. I have them going back quite a while, but I do not always read them because the village names make my eyes go crossed. So
Yeah, I
anyway,
once made the mistake of reading a nice summary actually, but right down near the bottom it listed the the village names, and let's just say I might have had to skip that part after only getting halfway through because the names just got longer and longer with extra consonants, and I was like, yeah, some of these just aren't getting said. So, yes, we have a little summary from this morning from the general staff, so I can happily go through that. Well, this sort of goes over what the Russians were up to. So, we have 2 Russian missiles from S-300 air defense systems. Now, these hit civilian buildings. And there were dead and injured civilians. I think this is the one where we saw the video of the lady being rescued. And unfortunately, the child was not able to be rescued. The occupiers also fired 2 missiles from the S-300 air defense system at Konstantinivka civil infrastructure facility in Donetsk. So again, going after civilian infrastructure as a shock and a surprise. The Russians fired 60 times with anti-aircraft missiles at the ground. This was towards the position of troops and civilian infrastructure of the cities of Kupiansk and Kharkiv Oblast and Drizhkivka, maybe? Drizhivka? Something like that, in Donetsk Oblast. There are civilian injuries and residential buildings are damaged. Tokmak that went boom a bit yesterday. Forced passporting continues. There's a surprise. They have this massive shtick, don't they? They just turn up with their passports for everybody. It's a load of balls, it really is. So Russian occupation authorities announced in order to obtain a Russian passport, one must submit their Ukrainian passport, their birth certificate, and fingerprints. And at the same time, they will apparently return the documents that you presented. No prizes for guessing that they probably won't be returned. Let me see, UAVs shot down consisted of 3 Lancets, One called a super cam, which obviously was wearing its cape. That's why it was spotted so easily. And two that are called halls. Don't know. It's not those, but I'm sure some. Perhaps not those, but I'm sure some drone enthusiasts can let me know what they were. Sorry, I had to cough. The MOD report still isn't out, I don't think. Monday morning, and they're obviously still getting their coffee together. I understand how that is. I'm now being loved to death by a cat. Stop that. Sorry. Don't. I've got a blanket on my knee, and my cat's trying to hump it. That's really not right. No, thank you. Gosh, I'm very popular this morning, it would appear. Now, I sent this to our tank fellas, but if somebody wants to have a little word on this, there was a picture spotted yesterday of a tank, a Russian T-72B3 OBR, 2016, and was found, yes, yet again, abandoned. I like that, abandoned with the keys in. However, this particular one found in Marinka has a most hilarious cope cage. Now, apparently, they've put something on the top of the turret, and then they have absolutely plastered it with Contact 1 explosive reactive armor blocks, presumably to try and provide some top attack protection. I just wonder how effective that would be. I'm pretty sure that somebody could come up and tell me at some point today. So there is your little mission for the day, folks. Find out whether or not that very oddly placed contact explosive would have actually been useful. I have a funny feeling, though, that the Ukrainians love their Contact 1 armor, and so there will indeed be a use for those extra blocks, I'm sure. And John has popped up to speak to us, so hopefully he knows.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So it's we kind of saw in the past that they didn't work against Javelin and ATGMs, but what this is for is the loitering munitions. So the the drones dropping grenades and whatnot into or more so as well as the suicide drone. So maybe they're thinking that it will set them off, or never underestimate the Russians to do the same thing over and over again. The definition of insanity. So maybe because I don't know if a drone hitting it could provide enough force to set it off. So never underestimate the Russians' ability to not have an ability. So
I just thought, well, I suppose it's an idea, but it does look a bit like wishful thinking, doesn't it? They have strapped quite a lot of things onto tanks, which in principle might be a good idea, but they haven't really gone about it the right way. For example, what appeared to be a bit of a metal bench attached to one tank, and the gaps in between the what was supposed to be slatted armor or an attempt at slatted armor, the gaps were so big in between that you could have pretty much shot a javelin straight through it anyway. So yeah, they do appear to be trying their best, but some of these ideas are a little bit crazy. I kind of like it. I think it's fun, but I'm not sure it's actually going to be useful. Put it that way. Amusing though, definitely amusing. Oh, I do believe I've spotted a Tim.
You have. I have a question for you though, real quick. If Tim wants a second here. Oh wait, we need to do this
He's got
change.
back down to listener, so
Oh, did he? Okay.
You know how Twitter is in the morning.
Yeah. have you been following the return of these children that just came back a few days, or I guess it was Friday? Have you been following any of those stories?
I did follow the story of the two children that couldn't actually be returned because it should have been 33. Yes, I did see that.
Actually,
I haven't seen anything else.
that is the well, it's I guess it's sort of the story because I haven't really heard anything about who those children were.
I believe those children were taken to summer camps from her son.
Yes, I know that, but you know, the journey to go and read and get these children took them through 4 countries. They had to go through Poland, from Ukraine. They went to Poland, then Belarus, and then to Moscow, and then to Crimea. So it was quite the journey for them. And it was supposed to be 33 kids, but it was ended up being 31. Now, why did it end up being 31? Because a poor grandma who went to pick up her 2 grandchildren was interrogated for 14 hours. And in that process, she ended up dying. And the stress of a trip like that and being interrogated for 14 hours, even at my age, would be exhausting. But at the age of a grandmother, I don't see that it says how old she was. I don't recall that it says how old she was specifically. But after being interrogated for 14 hours, she died. Her heart stopped. So even to get your kids back, you have to prove to special services of the Russian Federation that they can take their child back. And they go through multiple interrogations in order to be able to prove that. So it's just another crime, I think. And so it's a crime what they did to that grandma, interrogating her for 14 hours till she dropped dead. So I
Exactly.
just, yeah. Go
They
ahead.
make it as difficult as possible. And unfortunately, in this case, they made it so difficult that the lady passed away. And as a result, her 2 grandchildren were not handed over. They refused to give them over because they didn't have an adult to accompany them back. And how much cruelty upon cruelty, that just disgusting. I can't imagine the distress that the people, you know, the Save Ukraine people who were trying to get these children back. Let's remember that, you know, they also had to leave those children, and I think that's absolutely horrific. I believe we have a Tim with us. Good morning, Tim.
Very good morning, Marcus. I'm just getting myself co-hosted, but me.
Okay, you do what you need to do. You know me, I can waffle for Britain, so I shall while you're getting yourself sorted.
But can you waffle for Belgium?
No, I don't think I can. I'm not very good at Belgian.
Mockers.
That's a lot more waffle.
Good morning, Tim. And Mockers, I'm sorry to just sort of drop on you like that, but I know you understand at this time of day, at least in the United States, it's a bit late, and we need to let some people go to bed. And in order to do that, we need to get Tim up into
Totally
that
understand.
seat. Yeah, so.
Oh, I totally understand. Don't you worry. Hey, Tim, just as you arrived, so did the intelligence update from the British MOD. So that was jolly good timing. I'll do this. So today's latest intelligence update on the 10th of April 23. Over the last 7 days, Russia has likely increased its armoured assaults around the Donetsk Oblast of Marinka. They spelt it wrong. 20 kilometers southwest of Donetsk city. Marinka has been fought over since 2014 and has been largely destroyed by artillery exchanges. We've seen pictures of Marinka, and it is pretty much, it doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. But Marinka commands the approaches to Donetsk and the key H15 road. Russia continues to give a high priority to resourcing operations in the broader Donetsk sector, including the Marinka and Avdiivka areas, spending significant resources for minimal gains. So more of the same from Russia there. More of banging their heads against the brick wall that is Marinka and Avdiivka. Plans to move forward there. Good luck to them. And I have a feeling that you know, that they might just not get what they're wanting. I believe they did move some troops out of Bakhmut, and then they have moved in some what they would consider more elite forces in order to try and have another crack at that. And obviously we can see that there's been some progress. There's been progress in the form of they took a couple of extra streets, I think. They might have taken a building. Yeah, I know. Well done to them. Well done to them.
But did
What do
they
you think, Tim?
did they also
What?
take the bathroom?
Well, I'm not sure the bathroom still existed. You know what these Russians are like.
Yes, I know. But you know, we're going to get down to the point where the reports are that they took the bedroom on the left upstairs, but are fighting. You know, yeah. It
Yeah, it's amazing how it's gone from like oblasts to towns to villages to streets. Yeah. So oh yeah, and now individual buildings. So they're celebrating every inch, and bless, it's pretty obvious. So yeah, it does seem a tiny bit bonkers to me, but considering they were like, yes, we'll take the entire country, and now they're like, yes, we'll take this street. Well, I think their expectations have lowered, and they've certainly lowered the expectations of their watchers. You know, the people who support them just think it's terribly funny in a way. It's not terribly funny that they've invaded Ukraine, obviously, but it is terribly funny that their aspirations have sunk so low. What say you, Tim? Do you think taking a building is a massive achievement when you were trying to take the whole country?
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing, but then, taking a tiny slither of Ukraine is not nothing. It's perhaps not what you're aiming for, but nevertheless, it's an achievement, and I think the Russians should be proud of it. I don't know. I don't know. The reason for my silence was the word Avdiivka rang a bell, and I wanted to look it up. And I was right to look it up because there was another battle there in 2017. Now, Avdiivka has changed hands a couple of times. So it was initially seized by the so-called LNR DNR forces in 2014. The Ukrainians then kicked them out, and there was an attempt by 2 brigades of DNR LNR forces. So Russian puppet militias, not really militias, the wrong word. Russians, basically, there was another attempt by 2 brigades of them to retake it in 2017, which was repulsed with not exactly heavy casualties, but not light casualties either. They lost between 18 and 30 men, and yeah, they couldn't hold the city. They maintained a foothold on the very outskirts, apparently. But yeah, so this city is not the first time the Russians have tried to take it, and it's the second time apparently that they've failed.
Well, that's a terrible shame for them, isn't it? I can't think of, yeah, I can't summon up any concern for them. I really can't.
And Avdiivka is interesting because it's one of those cities, a bit like Bakhmut, that used to be very, very important before the Russians destroyed it. So Avdiivka, it's got a very, very large coke plant, and not Colombian marching powder, the stuff you use in steel mills. So it's got a very large plant for baking coal into coke, which presumably doesn't exist anymore because the Russians have destroyed it. But it used to be a very, very important, kind of Soviet / post-Soviet company town, with this enormous employer there. But now it's basically a ghost town. Nobody lives there anymore. It has been a frontline city for 8 years, and it's all rather depressing, really.
Yes, unfortunately, these places pretty much don't exist anymore. Only in name, only on maps. Yeah, unfortunately. We've got a little response from Elon Musk with regards to Dmitry Medvedev's rant yesterday. Would you believe that he thinks that all news is to some degree propaganda and people should decide for themselves? So he's refused to remove that absolute rant of disgustingness. In a way, that's not a terrible thing because people can see the quiet part out loud. So perhaps that is I don't know. I don't know if it's a terrible thing or a good thing, but either way, the information is out there. And Elon Musk refuses to remove it. So there. Also, you may have noticed that he's a bit of a divvy, and he decided to cover up the W at the Twitter headquarters because he thought it was funnier. And he was required by law to keep the sign as Twitter and cannot remove the W. I think that's quite funny. Planners, obviously, got into that. So, of course, he just then painted the background colour because planners can't control colour. They can only control form, would you believe? And if you wonder who is in charge, it's a big old kid. As far as I'm concerned, that's the most childish rubbish I've ever heard in my life. But I suppose that's what happens when you have so much money and too much time on your hands. So just reporting on the facts there.
Absolutely. I suppose there's only so many orgies you can have before you get bored, really. I mean, Roman style, sitting on chaise longues, eating grapes with your, by the bunch, that sort of thing. Not the other kind. Casual Steel, good morning.
Good morning. I was questioned for mockers there. You said hearing the silent part out loud. Did you mean Medvedev's silent part or Elon's silent part?
Bit of both, maybe, but I was referring to Medvedev at the time.
Just gently poking at the unheard questions.
Yeah, well, you've just heard my opinion of the Musk, and yeah, just very childish indeed. I'm not sure if he's capable of making adult decisions. I'll be totally honest with you.
Well, when you grow up sucking the hind tit of mommy and daddy's emerald mine, you're not expected to be too much.
Apparently not. Apparently not. So yeah. Anyway, enough of that. I've given him enough oxygen.
Touche. Moving on.
So, has anything gone boom overnight, folks? If something went boom, I would very much like it to be noted to me because, gosh, I've got to sleep sometime. You know that meme where like the guy's going to bed and his brain goes, but what if something blows up in Russia? Or what if the counteroffensive starts? And then there's like him looking on his phone. Yeah, that's me most of the time, but I do fall asleep eventually. So if anything in particular went boom, that would be nice to know. So yeah, feel free to pass on any explosions that you've seen, just so I can have a cheerful morning.
I've got something tangentially related to explosions. Now, as we all know, everybody's favorite practical joke shop, the United Nations, Russia has just begun its chairmanship of the UN Security Council. This is extremely funny. Now,
it would be funny. It would be funny if it wasn't actually quite serious, but yes, hilarious. Ridiculous. That's the one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really quite profound insult to everybody's intelligence, but you know, what are you going to do? I mean, the UN is founded on the principle that all nations are equal, and that from the very start is a preposterous idea. So, I mean, when you stack preposterous ideas up like that, you're going to get something as ridiculous as Russia chairing the UN Security Council, aren't you? You know, if you start from a stupid idea, you know, you're going to get what is it the IT people say? Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, I think that's an IT phrase.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm going to say yes. Yeah.
Yes. So if you put rubbish in one end, you get rubbish out the other. So this is exactly what's happened with the UN, because it seems very, very obvious to me that Russia is nowhere near the equal of Portugal, and so all nations are therefore not equal. But anyway, that aside, they have chaired their first full meeting of the United Nations. Did so on the of the United Nations Security Council, rather. They did so on the 5th of April, which is the first one they've chaired since 2022. Apparently, they get to do this every year. Now, their report was presented by Vladimir Kokoltsev, which is an interesting name because I thought Kokol was an offensive term that Russians used for Ukrainians. Am I correct?
Yeah, wow. I've heard that before, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a rather interesting bit of I don't know, not exactly normative determinism, but something else. Anyway, this chap is the Russian Interior Minister, and the UK MOD report suggested that this was an attempt by the Kremlin to portray the situation in the occupied territories as having been normalized. However, the UK partisan attacks with extremely limited. Yeah, it's just an interesting snippet on the first UN Security Council meeting. I'm going to look up this Kokolotsev chap because he sounds interesting. Yeah, he used to be the commissioner of the Moscow police from 2009 to 2012. He's been the Minister for Internal Affairs since 2012. So he's had that job for a while. Yeah, career policeman.
So basically, just another arm of the state.
Yeah, but I mean, this guy doesn't seem to have done anything particularly strange. So okay, he's gone. He does seem to be, like a cop rather than some kind of creepy political internal troops guy, NKVD and all that bollocks. So I don't know. Yeah, he seems to be a pretty normal policeman to me. But then I guess there's no such thing in Russia, really, is there? Unless you're talking about the local traffic warden.
Yeah, I would say it sounds to me as though he's obviously proved himself in the police and been rewarded for it. Thomas Steiner has popped out a little thread for those who are concerned about the amount of air defense missiles. Would you like to go through what he's shouting about today?
Yes, that was a beautiful tweet.
Yes.
That was a beautiful tweet.
Yeah. So, people have been quite concerned, and there are some journalists scaremongering that Ukraine are going to run out of air defense. Oh my God, it's going to be dreadful. And this is a bit of fallout from these leaked Pentagon papers. That Ukraine had 421 S-300 missiles and was using around 180 per month. So without obviously some sort of huge resupply, Ukraine would be out of S-300 missiles by May. So that sounds terrible and shocking, doesn't it? However, let's just be a little bit less concerned, because Ukraine are receiving 2 Patriot, I believe, SAM-T batteries. SAM-T battery 1 is also, they fully trained on it, I believe. We're assuming that it's going to be in country very soon, if not already. So those 3 batteries are obviously loads better than any kind of S-300. So they're going to be deployed to particularly important places, I would imagine. And the S-300 expenditure per month will drop to about a third, so maybe 60 missiles. So that will leave them with enough to last them to July or August. Very good. But Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Egypt, and Greece all have S-300 missiles that can be resupplied to Ukraine, and Thomas Steiner believes they are being quietly resupplied. So there will be enough S-300 missiles for approximately half a year, and in that time, there will be delivered 7 NASAMs, 3 IRIS-Ts, 3 Aspida, and an undisclosed number of Hawks. More SAM-T and Patriot batteries will arrive, and at the same time, the US and Ukraine are working to mount the Sea Sparrow missiles into book launchers. Ukraine would be in trouble if they weren't getting their new systems, but as it is now, Russian fighter jets will continue to be shot down every time they enter Ukrainian airspace. The real issue for Ukraine here is fighter jets. for fighter jets, for the jets that they have, spares and missiles are indeed running out. So F-15, F-16, F-18, Eurofighter, Rafale, Gripen, one or some of these really need to be transferred to Ukraine as soon as possible. Well, we need to remember what Zelensky said when he came to the UK, that, that they need the wings. Give us wings. Yeah, that still stands. And I think that's where certainly public pressure and political pressure really needs to go, because it is a political decision. It isn't that the Ukrainians couldn't cope. I'm pretty sure they could turn their hand to anything, especially at this particular time when they, it's do or die. It really is. And so they will get it done, because it's the only choice that they have. And we already know that they learn things super quick. We already know that they are plenty intelligent enough to deal with these Western systems. There's no reason that I can see that they shouldn't be able to deal with other new systems, put it that way. They've already been handed stuff that they've never seen before and managed to complete the training on it. They're absolutely dedicated to saving their country. So why do they not have the ability to have Western fighter jets? I am certain that at some point they will receive them. But I'd prefer it to be sooner than later. Are you listening, politicians? I'd prefer it to be sooner than later. I have in the back of my head a little dream that, a bit like you, Prince, a dream of F-16s, that they're doing stuff very quietly. I mean, we've had some press releases saying that they've, done a bit of training, or they've seen the aircraft, and they've looked at the engines and things like that. I just wonder if they may be a little bit further along than we already know. But yeah, I'd like to think that that's happening. The hope in me says that it possibly is. The cynic in me says, shall we get on with it, please? Because yeah, it's taking too long as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, F-16s, please, 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 please. So now you know how I feel about fighter jets. They should be handed over to Ukraine. And Tim's run off for coffee. So
No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm just reading about what Archbishop of Canterbury doing.
Oh, what's Archbishop of Canterbury doing?
He gave his Easter sermon from his pulpit, the second most important pulpit in the world, the most important ones in Italy or something, I don't know. Now, I haven't read the full thing. I'm just trying to work out from the news summaries whether it's just totally wet or he's actually said something interesting. Now, the problem is His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury, though not quite to the extent of as his predecessor, is a bit of a hippie. So he's a bit wet. He's not a fully paid up member of the loony left like Rowan Williams was. Interestingly, he confirmed me when he was Archbishop of Wales. Rowan Williams, fun fact. Now, he's not quite as much of a fully paid up member of the loony left as Rowan Williams was, but he's not far off. You think of him as kind of David Cameron to Rowan Williams as Tony Blair, It's that kind of dynamic. You know, there's a definite continuity there. One is sort of a slightly less mad and slightly less interesting at the same time imitation of the other. So what has he said? He has warned of those. He has said some sort of slightly interesting things. He said, cruel and oppressive rulers may look as though they are only becoming stronger, but suddenly they vanish, and that those who oppress and subjugate others will face divine justice. And he said that the power of the resurrection is infinitely greater than they are, even in our lifetimes, as we are surrounded by fears, even by evil. We know that those who oppress and subjugate others will face divine justice. We know with certainty that policies that cause suffering and pain will fall away. He has asked, you see, he's doing the both sidesy thing, kind of. He did mention Ukraine, but he also said, and other conflicts. So, you know, as if there's nothing particularly remarkable about Russia's genocidal invasion, which is immediately a bit annoying. And he said that we must not lose heart. I don't know. Would it be nice to see him single out Russia? I think. Prince, what do you think?
You forgot one quote that I put out there, or I saved, sort of, was, "True peace is no aimless daydream." That was an interesting quote, I also thought, from the Archbishop. So yeah, that sounds
How
a
did
little
you
hippie.
interpret that? I've got a take on that, but I'd like to know what it meant to you.
To me, it was to me the feeling that if you're losing hope, you should not give up on it, because it is possible. So go ahead and tell me what you think.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much exactly that. But this is a very, very specifically Anglican thing. So this idea was very, very commonly explored by the metaphysical poets. So the divines of the mid 17th century, so English Civil War era. This idea that peace is not something, you know, is not a neutral state of being. It is something you actively have to strive for. For example, oh God, what was his name? Henry Vaughan, the Welsh poet, wrote a poem about this called specifically "Peace," which was full of, you know, martial metaphors, and it was full of military metaphors about. And he was never a soldier. He did grow up during the Civil War, but he was never himself a soldier, as far as I'm aware. But it was full of military imagery. You know, leave them thy foolish rangers, and one born in a manger commands the beauteous files. You know, there were all these elaborate military metaphors going around. But it was the idea that you have to, you know, peace is a battle. You know, peace is not is not just the absence of war. Peace is something you actively have to strive to maintain. And so this is a very Anglican idea, right? This is not a platitude, although it sounds quite a lot like one. Does that make sense?
Completely, absolutely. And and I had day before. Well, it's all confusing now because it's tomorrow for you guys, but it's still yesterday for me. We talked about the Pope and the Vatican's choosing to pair a Russian teenage boy and a Ukrainian teenage boy at the 10th Station of the Cross, and gave stories about their experiences. The Ukrainian boys was that he was sad because they had to leave Ukraine, and go to Italy for safety at the beginning of the war. and it described saying goodbye to his father to do that and how sad he was when he got to Italy. But now they've returned to Ukraine. The Russian boy's story was about his brother who went to the war basically a few days after his 18th birthday, and then they got a letter not too long afterwards saying that he had died, and that his grandfather and uncle, I believe, had also gone off to the war, and they had not heard anything from them, and they did not know their fate. So there is a big contrast, in my opinion, of those two stories. And to ask the Russian boy and the Ukrainian boy to walk together holding the cross at the 10th station, in and of itself was inappropriate. In the long run, what ended up happening was the Ukrainian boy, along with a couple of other girls, carried the cross alone. The Russian boy did not. And the Ukrainian dead during that 10th station, happened with that, without looking at any of my notes. And, you know, after having the previous year, last year, they had a Ukrainian woman and a Russian woman walk together there. And it was just, you know, they were, it happened again. And that was the whole thing that got me. And I know, right? It's like, come on. And the ambassador to the Vatican definitely made some stink about it. And anyway, that after having a good conversation about that a couple of days ago with Alan, I decided to follow it up today with what was the contents of the Pope's speech today, because he ended up making, you know, the news. And of course, that's the only reason I found the Archbishop of Canterbury also. But, you know, this is the Pope. And the news was reporting that it appeared that Pope Francis had asked Russians to seek the truth about their country's invasion of Ukraine. Now, I suppose you could get that out of this quote, but this is the quote that that came from. And the quote is, "Help the beloved Ukrainian people on their journey towards peace and shed the light of Easter upon the people of Russia." So, yeah. So shedding the light of Easter upon the people of Russia is supposed to encourage them to basically see the error of their ways in this war. So, yeah. Anyway. The Pope, the Pope circled the world in every conflict that you could imagine, in this speech, but he did he did, you know, say that about Ukraine, you know, when, oh, where is that the other one wasn't in the news story. Um, there's another quote where he says, "Open the hearts of the entire international community to strive to end this war and all conflicts and bloodshed in our world, beginning with Syria, which awaits peace." And this, he was, yes, that was shortly after that first quote that I read you. So yeah, so it was interesting, I thought. And I am not Catholic. I was raised a very conservative Christian, but yes, I am not, I was never Catholic. But so it just, these things are just seem very tone deaf to me. And we had a conversation about that a couple days ago, and it was very good. And so we followed up with it today, and they're interesting things to look at and talk about as far as how it relates to Ukraine.
I guess one of the reasons, perhaps, aside from him being frankly a bit dim, that the Pope can't that the Pope must be very, very gentle with his words when it comes to this stuff, is his role and the role of the Archbishop of Canterbury are not exactly the same. So the Pope is the is the vicar of Christ according to Catholics, right? So he is the boss of the Roman Catholic Church. The situation of the Archbishop of Canterbury is that he is one of many, I believe, hundreds of primates of the Church of England. He is seen as the most senior one, but he's not at the top of a hierarchy. So the primacies of the Church of England, the provinces of the Church of England, are all equal, right? There's no boss one. There's no See of Rome. The Archbishop of Canterbury is seen as primus inter pares, but he's not. He can't give orders to other archbishops in the way that the Pope can. So the role of the Archbishop of Canterbury is more kind of keeping the community together than it is, leading it, giving it orders, making policy. Whereas the Pope is not only a temporal prince in his own right, he runs a country, albeit a very small one. He is, also the boss of Catholics, in a way that Justin Welby is not the boss of Anglicans. He's kind of the symbolic boss of Anglicans. So it's both of them have quite extensive flocks in the global south. So you think about most the overwhelming majority of Anglicans live in Africa, for example, and Africa is a bit of a nest of tankydom when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia. When it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but ultimately he doesn't have to worry. Justin Welby doesn't really have to worry about annoying other archbishops because he doesn't lead them. He's just the first among equals. He does have other issues. He does have other dramas. I suppose it's a bit like the Catholics. There is a conflict in the Anglican communion between the traditional wings, so the kind of evangelical wings, who believe that Christianity is still actually important, and the liberal wing, which believes that the Church of England should basically be a property developer, and should abandon all of this pesky, inconvenient Christianity stuff. That split persists within the Roman Catholic Church as well. They have basically the same conflict. The issue in the Anglican Church, as well as the Catholic Church to a certain extent, is that the traditionalists are all young and mostly African, and the liberals are all old and mainly European. And so it doesn't quite follow, intersectional lines, to use the trendy phrase. So it's going to be very interesting, and this is something that Justin Welby is going to have to manage, because there will come a point where the Church of England will, where the Anglican Communion, at least, if not perhaps even the Church of England, will split on this. So yeah, his job is slightly easier than the Pope's, without delving too far into churchmanship. Justin Welby can afford to be a lot stronger with his words than the Pope can, because his role is ultimately not really a leadership one.
That makes sense. I don't know the details, I don't know details well of the Church of England or even the Catholic Church, other than to know that the Pope is in charge of the Catholic Church, and sometimes watching the coverage of the election of a new Pope, which I have done now twice in my life that I recall, can be a rather interesting experience.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so to sum up, the Bishop of Rome gave a very, very wet and slightly offensive speech on, rather, Easter Sunday sermon. The Archbishop of Canterbury gave a slightly drier one, but still not amazing. I think he was probably, shall we say, trying to hide the fact that he was sitting on the fence by delving into very, very Anglican topics, and doing lots of little Anglican shibboleths that would distract people like me who were interested in 17th century English poetry. And he succeeded, so bully for him. I will read out the Archbishop of Canterbury's sermon in full and report back to you later on today. Now, there have been some more Russian outrages. Now, hang on, am I looking at the right one? It's the 10th of April today, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
All day.
All day. Now, there have been some more Russian outrages in which, hang on. Yeah, so the Russians have shelled the cities of Kupiansk and Zaporizhia over the weekend, and they have killed at least 7 civilians in those cities. Now, this is actually Palm Sunday. So yesterday, Ukrainians, the Orthodox Church, yesterday was Palm Sunday. Next Sunday is Easter Sunday. So yeah, sorry, this is why this is slightly confusing. So they have a different Christmas. They sometimes, but not always, have a different Easter, as I understand it. So yesterday was Palm Sunday to the Orthodox, and to us, it was Easter Sunday. Next Sunday is Easter Sunday. Volodymyr Zelensky remarked upon this, and he said, "This is how a terrorist state marks Palm Sunday. This is how Russia places itself in even greater isolation from the world." Now, the Russians have claimed they've destroyed this action destroyed a fuel depot. Apparently 70,000 tons of fuel went up. Did anybody see any explosions yesterday in Zaporizhia that looked like 70,000 tons of fuel going up, Mockers?
Sorry, wait, where?
Zaporizhia.
When was this? I'm sorry. I was just answering a message.
This is yesterday. Yeah, so near the Russian Ministry of Defense said a fuel depot containing 70,000 tons of fuel had been destroyed near Zaporizhia. I feel like that would make a bit of a bang, and I feel like there'll be videos
That's
of that,
why
but
I'm
I've not seen
baffled.
any.
That's why I'm baffled, because yeah, I would have spotted that. Definitely. I would have been sent that several times. So that does sound like some porky pies to me.
Yeah, I thought so. So that was Russia's disinfo after killing 7 civilians, at least 7 civilians on Palm Sunday. They said, but look, we killed this ammo depot. Sorry, this fuel depot. Well, no, you didn't, mate, because nobody filmed it going bang, and boy, would that have been a bang. So yeah, a very happy Palm Sunday from the Russian army.
I have a little extra joy from the Russians on Easter, and here we go. So apparently at Easter in St. Petersburg, it is traditional for the religious ritual of lighting a fire for Easter in the courtyard of the Catholic Basilica of St. Catherine. So people turned up to do this ritual. They lit the fire and they all stood about doing their prayers. And anti-riot police turned up, deemed the ritual an unregistered protest, and dispersed everybody. Can you imagine how they dispersed everybody? Yeah, probably they didn't just ask them to leave. So that sounds like a fun Easter new tradition, hey? And in Belarus, Luca didn't want to get, left out of the festivities. So he also banned Easter service in one of the Catholic churches of Minsk altogether, just in case it might have been a protest. Yeah. So I would say some people are a bit concerned about crowds at the moment.
Has the Pope said anything about this?
Not a sausage.
Because this is one of the issues, right? Back in the day, the Catholic Church signed concordats with Mussolini and Hitler, basically telling Mussolini and Hitler how they must treat Catholics. Right? So this is the way the Vatican, in its temporal role, governs bilateral relations is through concordats, and they're basically their treaties that say, yes, you've got a certain number of Catholics in your country. We establish that we have the right to give them spiritual counsel, to establish religious orders, to appoint bishops without your interference, blah, 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 blah. So this is an agreement that the Vatican signs with other countries. And it's a considerable diplomatic effort and a considerable diplomatic achievement. But it basically means that your citizens who are Catholic are under our spiritual guidance, and you're not allowed to mess around with them in that regard unless they've done something that is contrary to the security of your state, blah, 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 blah. Now, they did this with Hitler, they did this with Mussolini, and both of these men were, they were actually pretty wary of the Roman Catholic Church. They didn't want to annoy the Catholics not simply because it was contrary to their concordat, but also because they had an enormous amount of rhetorical power. I'm reminded of the Catholic bishop of oh God, where was it? Was it Munich? I think it was Munich. Clemens von Galen, who was a great aristocrat. He was from an enormously important Bavarian family, and he spent basically the whole war bashing Hitler, especially his policy of euthanizing the mentally ill and the disabled and the developmentally retarded and things like that. The Catholic Church didn't like this very much because they really hate euthanasia. And so Clemens von Galen, he basically every Sunday ripped Hitler a new one from the pulpit in Munich Cathedral, and he was so popular and he was so powerful that there was nothing Hitler could really do about it. And if I'm remembering my history, they couldn't touch him, right? So the church does have power. The church does have power over hearts and minds, and they felt they could go toe to toe with Hitler and Mussolini and say, yeah, I double dare you, motherfucker. I double dare you. Excuse my French. But now we see this organization just apparently completely lost its confidence. And it's crawling in front of, Chinese Communist Party officials. They're having an enormous struggle, a sort of rerun of the investiture controversy in medieval Europe, where nobody could agree on whether kings or the church had the right to appoint bishops and clergy. That one went on for several centuries, but they seem to be having a rerun in China, where the Chinese Communist Party believes that it has the right to appoint the Roman Catholic Church as bishops with its placemen. And the church kind of disagrees, but at the same time, it's terrified of being kicked out of China, and it's terrified of China repressing Catholics and stuff like that. And you just think, oh, grow some bollocks, please. Your guys literally took on Hitler, and Xi Jinping, maybe many things, but he is absolutely no Adolf. So yeah, just find your confidence, find your moral center, grow some testicles, and call these people out for who they are. And that goes for Xi Jinping, it goes for Lukashenko, it absolutely goes for Putin. And the price of that is, look, if you want us to continue to make wet statements from the pulpit about your genocidal invasion, the price of that is you must not mess around with Catholics, right? That's generally basically how it's framed. And I could see a church that actually had the interests of its flock at heart going down that route, rather than just being absolutely supine in front of these dictators. I mean, it's like watching the Mitford sisters partying with Hitler and Goebbels. It's just dreadful. What is wrong with these people? Marcus, are you a Catholic?
I was brought up a good Roman Catholic girl, me. Last time I went to church was for a wedding, I think.
So you'll not have heard a sermon about any topic recently, let alone this one.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if there's any Catholics listening who've been to church recently, it would be very interesting to know what the lower level clergy are saying about this. Certainly, my priest is a Lutheran. He is, shall we say, he's got a thing or two to say. He's got a thing or two to say about Russia's invasion, and it's certainly not neutral. But then he's Estonian, so bully for him. Ming.
Cheers, by the way, I managed to knock myself out of the space while I was talking to you. I shifted my phone in my hand and hit leave.
But you still managed to come back up to speaker. Usually I go into purgatory if I do that.
Oh, no, obviously worked out for me today. My apologies for that. But yeah, no, I've not been to church in not to a proper service in a long time, shall we say. Had a little falling out with the church when I really, really wanted to go out on a Saturday night, and yet they really, really wanted me to do a reading on a Sunday morning, and I was like, nah, I can't do that. So sorry. Yeah. I'd just hit 18 and I was like, partying is my life. Yeah, so we didn't work out.
You know that phrase, that saying they have, whenever you're writing a letter, you should imagine the letter being read out in court. I think, whenever, because if your letter sounds horrible, then reading out in court is going to make you look like a massive dick. I think St. Peter. Imagine your St. Peter. Imagine your reasons are being read out to you by St. Peter. I can just imagine that. So, mockers.
I'm going to hell. I know.
You wanted to go out drinking, did you?
I absolutely did, yes. Hey, you don't need a special day. You don't need a special day.
Saturday is drinky day. This is true. I do have some sympathy with that. But anyway, we've got a real live Roman Catholic up on the panel now. Ming, the merciless fella. Very good morning to you.
Morning. Thanks, Tim. Morning, mockers. So I was I am Catholic, and I was in church yesterday. Sermon wasn't about anything in particular. Actually, I kind of think on the sort of great holy days of the church that you kind of it's probably better not to focus on day-to-day stuff, so what's actually going on out there. But I have to say, just broadly, it's at times like these that you kind of miss John Paul II. So for instance, when he went to communist Poland and gave that sermon about being not afraid, Pope Francis, he in a sense he sort of comes from a similar background to John Paul II in that he came through that Argentinian junta period, and who knows what sort of compromises he had to make back then. But he seems to carry that baggage with him in a different way to the way that John Paul II approached everything. He stayed pretty clear about this stuff, and didn't directly attack, but attacked in ways that were highly effective. So I do kind of miss the guy. It would have been great to have him around for this particular time. And I'm sure the messaging would have been very, very different.
unhinged liberation theology type melange. Am I correct, or is he a bit more mainstream than that?
I don't know to what extent he's gone into liberation theology. I mean, I've not seen any signals of that, but he's a lot, you know, there's quite a lot of, you know, pretty right-wing Catholics who absolutely despise him. For instance, I have an old philosophy professor whose works have been placed on the index by Pope Francis because he wrote a piece criticizing not an encyclical but a papal exhortation. So he's been removed from teaching and had some of his works placed on the index in good old Spanish Inquisition style.
That's quite amazing. So when it comes to your run of the mill parish church sermon, does your priest touch on the Ukraine issue at all? And if so, what tone does he take? I'd be interested to know, because up here it's slightly complicated. I'm Anglican, but because of the Porvoo Communion, which was signed in the 90s, which means that all of the Church of England, the Scottish Episcopal Church, Church of Ireland, Church in Wales, and all of the Nordic evangelical Lutheran churches all decided they were basically the same thing. And so the Anglican hierarchy was abolished in Scandinavia. And if you're Anglican in Estonia or Scandinavia, basically you are considered Lutheran. So you go to your local evangelical Lutheran church, which is what I do. And that's quite good, because here in Tallinn, the evangelical Lutheran church is the direct descendant of the Roman Catholic Church. So we've got all of the cool medieval churches. So ha 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 ha. Anyway, so I go to an evangelical Lutheran church. It's fairly conservative, and it's very Estonian. And our clergy, shall we say, they don't really pull punches. But it would be interesting to hear what the lower level Catholic clergy are like. Maybe.
Well, no, I mean, obviously it comes up, and you know, and generally speaking, and of course here I can only speak for Ireland because I don't get to see this in England very often. I'm not here very often. I just happen to be in England at the moment. But in Ireland it does come up, and they are fairly outspoken about it. But it's not in the sense that you'll get a whole sermon on how we have to do the right thing about Ukraine. It'll be like, so it'll show up in the bidding prayers. It'll be like maybe a couple of lines in a sermon. But you know, very broadly, I would say that you know, my local priest in Ireland is pretty supportive of Ukraine. You know, he's also obviously conscious that it's considered political, and you know, especially in somewhere like Ireland, priests have to stay out of politics a bit because of the history. You know, because you know, at one point, you know, the Irish state and the church were more or less one and the same, and there's been a bit of a you know, pushback against that. Obviously, in recent years, what with the various scandals. So, although you know, there's, for instance, a movement to, you know, they play the Angelus on RTE radio at, you know, 12 and 6, etc. And there's a whole bunch of people who are absolutely outraged that RT radio should still do this. Although I look on it affectionately as a sort of signal of identity more than anything else, rather than an actual religious moment. But so yeah, no, they kind of are cautious around it, and that they view it as political and less a matter of faith. But you know, the signals are clear that you know, they are supportive of the Ukrainians.
Thank you very much for that color, Ming. Yeah, I mean, it always surprises me that just how zealous people are about these little overhangs of religion, like playing the Angelus on RTE. It kind of, I don't know, it kind of reminds me of people who are really, really keen on the metric system. You know, they get very, very aggressive about it. and I'm just not sure why. I don't know why anybody cares that much. It's just a thing. Okay, it's not your thing, but why do you get so upset? Anyway, delving into politics.
Just quickly on a side note related to what you were saying about the nice churches in Estonia. Amusingly, in Dublin itself, there's no Catholic cathedral, and there's a reason for this. There is so the main church, main Catholic church in Dublin, is actually a pro-cathedral, which it's not a full-on cathedral. It's a sort of sub-cathedral, and the reason is because the Church of Ireland have got Christ Church and St. Patrick's, which are full-on medieval cathedrals, and the official position of the Irish Catholic Church is that they want at least one of them back, and that's why they haven't got their own cathedral in Dublin.
And the position of the Church of Ireland is Yarbu stuff it.
Yeah, basically.
Oh dear. For those of you who don't know the background, Roman Catholicism is the predominant religion in Ireland, but the Church of Ireland is an Anglican church rather than an Episcopal church. That was the state church of Ireland for a long time, back when Ireland was civilized. I mean, part of the United Kingdom. And so there is this slight, and the Church of Ireland, what is it? It's about 3% of the population. It's really, really tiny. It's like the mainly attended by the remnants of the Protestant ascendancy class, right?
Yes, that's right. So you'll find most Church of Ireland practitioners inside the Pale, which is the area around Dublin. The bit that the Normans managed to make safe from the marauding Gaelic tribes.
And is indeed the origin of the phrase "beyond the pale."
Yeah, I myself, with my accent, very rarely dare to venture beyond the Pale.
Rather like whenever I go to Glasgow, I pretend to be Jewish, because it's just easier. But then the question comes, are you a Catholic Jew or a Protestant Jew? Which is apparently a thing. Scottish sectarianism is a bizarre beast indeed. A bizarre beast. So, while we're in a little bit of a lull, we'd better plug ourselves. What do you think, Mockers? Should we plug ourselves?
It's always a good time. Always a good time. Sorry, I was just typing you a tweet, actually. I just spotted a lady in Tallinn who is apparently not a very nice person, big vatnik. So if you bump into her in the street, just give her a message from me. It's more of a hand signal than an actual message in words. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Okie dokie. Now, the Estonian government, unsurprisingly, does not have much of a sense of humor about the vatnik tendency. I remember, I think it was in August, it was just after I joined the space, the Russian agitators here, and there's not very many of them, and they are Russian. I mean, the sympathy for Russia among the Russian minority population is actually fairly limited in my experience, and is not particularly political. It's more of a sectarian thing, and but there are literal Russians here who rile them up and stir them up and get mobs together. And one of the first things they did when Estonia announced that Russian residents, Russian visas were being cancelled, that Estonian issued Schengen visas for Russians were being cancelled, was they organized a demonstration where they got all of the Russian visa holders to come and wave Russian flags in front of the Riigikogu, in front of the Estonian parliament, which is up in the castle. And of course, this was great for the immigration authorities because all these people who'd had their visas cancelled were in the same place. So they arrested them and deported them all. So that was fun. I'm getting a message from a listener. Russian embassy to Sweden apparently is in the space.
It's the parody account.
Is it the parody? Is it?
It's our friends. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, very welcome to Parody Russian Embassy Sweden. You're very welcome up to the panel should you wish it. And come and have a chat about your wonderful parody work, which is something I'm a big fan of. So, have we actually had any Russian officials in here? Have we had any lurking? Do we have any regular listeners?
Don't think so.
Don't think so. But
not officially, on burners only.
You never know. I mean, I've always had my doubts about Pauli, for example. Absolutely. I'm teasing you, Pauli. We know which. Absolutely. I'm teasing you, Pauli. We know which side your toast is buttered on. With that in mind, I would like to briefly plug ourselves. Now, since the 18th of January, the MriyaReport has been a 501c3. What is a 501c3, Tim? I hear you cry. Well, it's an American version of a charity. So it means we have our own legal personality and we have our own regulatory framework for raising and distributing monies. So with this in mind, we are working with our friend, Chef Zhenya. Now, Chef Zhenya, for those of you who don't know him, great friend of the space. He is a professional chef in Ukraine. He owns a chain of ramen bars. And for the last year, he has been on a mission to provide quality meals to the Ukrainian army. So he's got a bunch of resources together, got a bunch of volunteers together. He has a strong preference for professional chefs in his volunteer team because they do work damn hard. They should be under no illusions as to how hard kitchen work is. So he does strongly prefer professional chefs, and to be fair, he does get them, particularly from the United States. And he cooks meals for the Ukrainian army. The state of nutrition in the Ukrainian armed forces is fairly parlous. So it's not particularly nice or nutritious food, not particularly healthy. So Chef Zhenya is on a mission to change that. He currently cooks, 4,000 meals a day? Do you have a number for that, Doman? I think it's about 4,000, isn't it?
Sounds about right, yeah.
And he is trying to do a lot more. So the main challenges he faces are both resources, particularly volunteers, but also money. So it's not cheap to cook for several thousand people a day. The figures he gave us were it costs between $8 and $14, $8 and $14 per man per 24 hours to cook the quality of food he provides. And so he is in need of funding, and we have stepped up. So for listeners in the United States, there are tax advantages to donating to the MriyaReport. I will leave that to you and your accountant, but apparently donations to 501c3s are. As a 501c3, we are able to issue tax receipts, which you can use to claim tax relief on your donations. Those of you in the rest of the world, I don't know what the situation is, but you can very much still donate. There is a link on our Twitter page, so you can click that. You can make a one-off donation. You can make a monthly donation. We would very, very much appreciate your help, and a big lump of this will be going to the efforts of Chef Zhenya, who has his own non-profit organization in Ukraine. He is very much a friend of the report, very much trusted. I've seen the work he does with my own eyes. I've been to his facility in Kiev. I've been to his facility in Zaporizhia. I've met his guys. I've even met some of his customers. So it is very much appreciated. Absolutely enormously important part of the war effort. And we would very, very much appreciate your support if you can spare a few pennies, or indeed a lot of pennies. So thank you very much for that. Please do donate. Hashtag more soup for Ukraine to the soup daddy and all of that other silliness. Decoding Trolls, a very good morning to you.
Good morning. Just a quick one. I suspect the signifier Catholic in the context which was spoken of by mockers is actually Greek Catholic. In Russian propaganda, the Catholic region of Ukraine is the right bank. So everywhere from basically Western Ukraine. So in their mythology now, they never wanted the Catholic regions. So on the 4th of April last year, probably one of the most significant pieces of Russia's propaganda was published, which defined what it meant by denazification. And this was obviously 4 days after the retreat from Kyiv, and they pretended that they wanted the Korea, what they called the Korea scenario, which was typical. They got it the wrong way. Yeah, but anyway, so the Catholic regions for them, and this all goes back. Doman's our resident expert on all things to do with the Austrian occupiers, but this all goes back to the late 18th century when the so-called self-declared Empress of Austria, as one does, made a church called the Greek Catholic Church, and so the Roman Catholic Pope has no jurisdiction over these people, and how I would interpret what Mockers says there, especially in the light of footage I saw last week of a massive demonstration against a mosque in Moscow, which provoked the guy in Ishkeria to protest, the so-called leader there to protest, and there was no police breaking up that protest, and now they're breaking up protests by Catholics. I suspect that is that is the beginnings perhaps of accusing everyone who's a Greek Catholic of being a Ukrainian sympathizer in the fifth column, and they're the enemy within. So I just wanted to throw that in before I go on a very long cycle out.
Oh, but hang on. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is a proper particular of the Roman Catholic Church. It is in full communion.
That's not my understanding of the.
No, that's incorrect. It is an Eastern rite. It's like the Maronites in Syria and Lebanon. It's part of the Catholic Church. It's just
Exactly.
It's slightly different in style, as I understand it, but it is very much part of the Catholic Church and under the authority of the Pope.
That's not my absolute understanding. Is the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church is a different kettle of fish. It takes its, but anyway, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. But anyway, I've got to go.
No, Tim's right. Sorry about the decoding, but Tim's definitely right. So the Greek Catholic Church in Ukraine, yes, it retains a lot of practices of what would be normally Orthodox Christianity or Greek rite, but just like the Maronites in Lebanon, I think that's the best comparison, Tim. It follows the same form at the top end as the Maronites from Lebanon. Yeah.
So it's possible you're thinking of a different organization, Decoding.
I believe there's a smaller segment, much smaller, an order of magnitude or more smaller, which would follow and would fall under what Decoding was describing. But the mainline Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is exactly, as you said, Tim. It's in full communion, as the terminology goes, with Rome.
And it's fairly small as well. It's only got a couple of million. It's only got a couple of million people, and they tend to be quite heavily concentrated in Lviv, right? In the kind of the bits that were kind of Polish, right?
Well, Galician parts that would have affected, and then I think likewise in areas on the Carpathians, the Carpathia, the Ruthenian areas of all, or Rusine areas. So there basically, so the western arc of Ukraine, which makes sense, right? Because it was founded there. Part of the reason was so basically it was I think it was the Polish the Polish king who said, we don't want people here to be following anything coming from Moscow. So you can do whatever you like, but this is your new boss, your your boss's new boss is now in Rome, not in Moscow. But the rest you can kind of figure out for yourself. They've had very little influence on liturgy. Theology of it, but basically no more Moscow, no more Constantinople, no more ecumenical patriarch, instead Pope. That's kind of the rule of it. And then when those same areas ended up under Austria following the dissolution of Congress Poland, I'm sure there were some systematizations and some administrative work that went into it, but it very much fit what the Austrian empresses and emperors were quite happy with.
Back in the day when there was an Austrian emperor.
Period.
Are you Catholic, German?
But yes, you can. So certainly of a Catholic background.
Okay, because annoyingly I had an.
Let me give you an example. I'll give you. Let's pretend, Tim. Let's pretend. Is that okay for the sake of the argument?
Well, the way the king is going, I mean, Britain might be Orthodox sooner rather than later. I don't know. Please
Oh,
don't say. I'm a big fan.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Okay, imagine Britain's Orthodox, and it can take two forms. You can say A. You can say A. The Welsh Orthodox Church answers to the London Patriarchate. It doesn't answer, in this case, to London. But there isn't someone above him, and ecumenical patriarch in Istanbul and Constantinople holds, let's say, additional authority, and he's kind of the